Chapter 1200, Welcoming Them. The elf princess Isha utilized her speed to the extreme and dashed towards the direction of Lin Dong and the others at breakneck speed. Just now, she had not only sensed a powerful force, but also the aura of the elf clan's long sought-after princess, Ibe. The two were combined together. Isha already had a guess in her heart. The person who dared to move the princess of the elf clan, his status and position as well as his strength, would definitely not be weak. Then this person was most likely the guy who grabbed Ibe. No matter who the other party was. Let's do it first and teach him a lesson. Even if it was a super clan of the spirit Lan domain that dared to capture the princess of the elf clan, it would still need to pay a sufficient price. In the past, the elf clan didn't dare to say such big words. But nowadays, the elf clan under the leadership of Isha. With the many super great clans in the spirit Lan domain, they had formed a good friendship relationship. As long as it wasn't a matter of too much interest. Everyone would give the elf clan and Queen Isha face. At this moment, Isha was ready to vent on Lin Dong with her full of anger and killing intent. She vowed to avenge Ibe and save face for the elf clan. A portion of the released aura was crushed back strongly, causing Lin Dong to be somewhat confused. He had merely warned his opponent not to come over, and had no intention of trying to fight. How did it suddenly explode? Not only was the speed of approaching faster than earlier, it also carried a killing intent? What was this about? To engage in a life and death battle with himself? Is there a need to react so strongly? Is he a battle maniac? It doesn't make sense. Even if he was a battle maniac, cutting a deal shouldn't be done with killing intent. There was no enmity between them, nor did they know each other. It was really strange. Lin Dong shook his head helplessly. He felt the powerful aura and killing intent getting closer and closer. If they were not stopped, they would soon reach here. There was no other way but for Lin Dong to welcome the other party, but he could not let them come over. Nya Hongdo, He Yaoting, and the others were all weak. What if they were fighting here and the waves affected them? Other than Tuan Tuan, who had a mysterious and powerful force within her body that might be able to ensure her safety, the others simply could not block it. You guys just stay put, I will go and see what is going on. After Lin Dong finished speaking, his body leaped and transformed into a residual shadow, instantly disappearing in the eyes of the crowd. Ibe sensed that the familiar human aura was her mother, the queen of the elves. She was light-heartedly happy to go. It was not until Lin Dong left that she came back to her senses. She hurriedly shouted to stop him, "Mr. Lin, don't go." However, Lin Dong was already far away. He could not hear Ibe's voice at all. "Princess Ibe, what's wrong with you?" Nya Hongdo, who was standing beside Ibe, asked. "Sister Hongdo, go stop Mr. Lin and tell him not to go over there," Ibe said in a panic. "Don't worry, Princess Ibe, the Gongzi is very strong, he has his own plans, we have to trust him, just wait for him here, the Gongzi will definitely return safely." Nya Hongdo comforted. "It's not like that. It's not like that. We must stop Mr. Lin, I'm afraid that they'll create a misunderstanding, and then Mr. Lin won't be able to come back." Ibe cried out in fear. She had seen Lin Dong's strength and knew that it was very strong. Just how strong could it be stronger than her own mother? That was the queen of the elf clan. At the same time, she was also the #1 powerhouse of the elf clan. After receiving the inheritance, the queen of the elves' battle strength was already strong enough to be compared to the top powerhouses of the spirit Lan domain. Ibe knew that her mother must have discovered herself as well. In case she had any misunderstandings about Lin Dong and thought that she had been captured by Lin Dong. If both parties fought, Lin Dong might be killed or maimed by his mother. Ibe could not accept such an outcome. Lin Dong was her benefactor. Without Lin Dong, her own fate would be rewritten and she would end up miserable. If he was killed or maimed by her mother, she would live in guilt for the rest of her life. "Princess Ibe, what is going on? Tell me clearly, why would Gongzi he not be able to come back?" Nya Hongdo's heart was also a little panicked when she saw Ibe in this state. "That strong person that Mr. Lin sensed is my mother, the queen of the elf clan. She came to the spirit cage realm to look for me. I've been missing for such a long time, and I didn't leave behind the special mark of the elf clan. My mother must have thought that I was taken by the bad guys. What if she thinks that Mr. Lin did it? What if she gets into a fight? Mr. Lin won't be a match for mother." Ibe cried and explained. She was truly panicked. regretting why she did not stop Lin Dong in time just now. If she had raised her voice earlier, telling Lin Dong that the powerful aura was his own mother, how would Lin Dong have greeted them in order to protect them? What to do now? With their speed, they simply could not catch up with Lin Dong. By the time they rushed over, they might have already fought. Ibe could feel the monstrous hatred of her mother, the Elf Queen. As soon as the two sides met, it was bound to be a fight. She did not want her benefactor to fight her favorite mother to the death. Nya Hongdo heard Ibe's words. Immediately, her eyes widened. Her mind went blank, 6 gods were lost, and her entire body froze on the spot. The flux star she had once lived on was nothing more than a gravel on the fringes of the 9th-level civilization, the Spirit Lan domain. The Nya family wasn't considered a hegemon in Flux Star, and there were several other forces that could compete with it. Compared to the entire Spirit Lan domain, Flux Star was negligibly small, let alone Nya Hongdo and the Nya family. But that didn't affect Nya Hongdo's ability to know the great name of the Queen of the Elves. That was the top person in the Spirit Lan domain. She was in charge of the Elf clan and was friendly with all the major superpowers in the Spirit Lan domain. Her own fighting strength also belonged to the top. Nya Hongdo had always held great confidence in Lin Dong. She believed that with the strength that Lin Dong had displayed, he could cope with any unexpected situation. However, after realizing that Lin Dong's opponent this time was the Queen of the Elf clan, her first reaction was the same as that of Ibe. It was impossible for Lin Dong to be a match for the Queen of the Elves. After all, Lin Dong was too young. The Queen of the Elves, on the other hand, was a powerful person who had been famous for many years. What to do? What to do? What to do? In her mind, Nya Hongdo asked herself over and over again. At first, she decided to follow Lin Dong because she wanted to find a backer for herself and the Nya family. As time passed and she spent more time with Lin Dong, Nya Hongdo began to feel differently towards Lin Dong. She had never encountered a young man like Lin Dong, who possessed superb strength and background, and did not even have the slightest temper. Easygoing like an ordinary person. Simply too good to be true to those around him. When he was with him, there was absolutely no trace of the pressure that he felt when he was with other big shots. There was also no need to worry about being punished and reprimanded for not doing enough somewhere. Nya Hongdo had gradually grown to like the feeling of being with Lin Dong. Every day, she lived a happy and relaxed life, although her status was that of a subordinate. However, Lin Dong had never treated her like an inferior. Where could one find such a master? That was why Nya Hongdo was one of the people who least wished for something to happen to Lin Dong. Chapter 1201 Little Bastard. Princess E. Ibe, you are telling the truth? That strong person in the mouth of the Gongzi is the Lord Queen of your elf clan? Nya Hongdo asked with a trembling voice. It is true. I've been living with my mother since we were young, I'm more than familiar with her aura, it can't be wrong. Ibe replied with certainty. Then, what should we do? Sister Hongdo, we must go and stop Mr. Lin and my mother, otherwise they will definitely fight. I am afraid that Mr. Lin will be injured. What Ibe was afraid of was not that Lin Dong would be injured. It would still be a small matter if he was merely injured. She understood her mother, Queen Isha's temper. It might not be possible that she would directly beat Lin Dong to death. Obviously, he was a benefactor who had saved his life, but he was misunderstood by his own mother and killed him. Then Ibe would live in self-condemnation for the rest of her life. Lin Dong and Isha seemed to be two shooting stars that crossed the sky above the forest. The speed was so fast that it was mesmerizing. Just a moment ago, they were still in front of their eyes, but in the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared. A distance of more than 100 kilometers in front of them was no different from a few dozen meters. It looked like the two meteors were about to collide. One of them stopped. The one that stopped was naturally Lin Dong. He had yet to figure out what was going on and why the other party had come over carrying boundless killing intent and was unwilling to make a move. If it was merely a sparring match, Lin Dong was still willing to do so, and he had long wanted to try out the limits of his battle power. After coming to the spirit cage realm for so long, he had yet to encounter one that would make him fight seriously. However, the other party was clearly not here to spar, but to fight to the death. This kind of meaningless life and death battle. Lin Dong did not like it. He had to at least figure out what it was because of. This friend. I wonder what is your intention? Lin Dong asked loudly. The voice accurately reached the ears of the elf queen Isha. But at this moment, where could Isha hear it? The closer the distance, the more clearly she could sense Ibe's presence. There was no need to think about it. This asshole in front of her was the guy who grabbed Ibe. Now she only wanted to vent her anger that had been pent up in her heart for a long time, and first crippled this asshole in front of her. Die. Isha gritted her teeth and shouted out a single word. Her body had already rushed to a short distance away from Lin Dong. Facing such a good and unreasonable opponent, Lin Dong was quite helpless. He did not want to engage in this kind of battle where he did not even understand the reason, but his opponent did not give him a chance. People were bullying the door. One could not just stand and let someone beat them up. Since you want to fight, then Lousy will accompany you. After being ignored several times for showing his goodwill, Lin Dong had some fire in his heart. Without hesitation, he greeted him. Bang! The two meteors violently collided together. Deafening sounds spread out in all directions. And below the point of their collision, the trees disappeared, forming a huge sinkhole. The forest within a range of nearly 10 kilometers around them was in shambles. This strike was too strong. The destructive force caused was also too great. One had to realize that this was in the spirit cage realm, not in the real world. If in the real world, an ancestral god-level powerhouse like Lin Dong would easily destroy a planet with a snap of his fingers. The combat power of the spirit cage realm was far from the level of the real world. A single strike could cause so much destruction. The two parties fighting against each other belonged to the spirit cage realm's super powerhouses now. Nya Hongdo and Ibe were just about to move to stop Lin Dong and Queen Isa. Bang! A loud sound came out. This was immediately followed by the incoming aftershocks from the collision. It directly lifted the girls, who were caught off guard, off the top of the cold car. After the two of them stabilized, they looked at each other, and both of them could see the intense worry in each other's eyes. It's over, it's already a fight. With their strength, they couldn't even think of getting close to a fight of this level. With such a long distance between them, just the aftermath of the battle was too much to bear. There was only one result of forcibly approaching, and that was being killed by the aftershocks. A look of fear also appeared in the eyes of He Yaoting and the Nye clan guards. So strong. They had never encountered such a powerful person in their lives. After the impact of the violent strike, the sky was quiet. The two of them, Lin Dong and Isa, stood in the air several kilometers apart. It was only at this time that they got a good look at their opponent. What surprised Lin Dong was that the opponent was actually a female. There was also a veil on. Isha also did not expect that the one who was able to catch her strike without any injuries was actually a milquetoast brat. She was still so young, and her soul power was ridiculously strong. It seemed that it was indeed a guy with a heavenly background. No wonder he dared to capture Ibe. Lin Dong's image further confirmed Isha's guess. Who in general would dare to capture the princess of the elf clan? Thinking about this, the killing intent in Isha's eyes became even more intense. Feeling this killing intent, Lin Dong frowned. This female was sick. He had no grievances or enmity with the other party, so why did he want to kill himself the moment they met? Incorrect. The other party had already revealed his killing intent even before they had just met. This lady. It seems like we haven't met each other, and we don't have any grudges, right? What do you mean by coming up and making a move? Lin Dong asked in a deep voice. Can't you tell? Of course it is meant to kill you. Isha replied directly. What about the reason? Do I need a reason to deal with a bastard like you? Isha sneered. Lin Dong was amused by Isha's words. He had come to the spirit cage realm for less than a year. He thought that he was still relatively law-abiding, and had not done anything to harm the heavens and the earth, or anything that was unforgivable. The few times he had struck out, it was all because the enemy had forced him to come to the door and he was forced to do it. How did he become an asshole? Could this person be the backer behind the Mo family? It didn't seem quite right. The Mo family was merely a family from a second-tier city. With such a strong backer, it would have already reigned supreme in Jiangyang City. Where would there be a place for other families to survive? Lin Dong could not figure out what the problem was for a while. Since he could not figure it out, he did not think about it. Ma'am, I don't know what you were talking about. I, Lin Dong, do not consider myself to be a good person, but I have definitely not done anything to harm the heavens and the earth. If you continue to be so unreasonable, then don't blame me for not being polite. Lin Dong also lost his temper. He himself had backed down several times, but the other party kept being aggressive. No matter how good a character was, there were times when he was angered. If a tiger did not give out, did he really think that he was a sick cat? Is that so? Just what I want. Let me see what you little bastard is capable of. Today I'll let you know that don't think that just because you have a bit of strength and a bit of background, you can do whatever you want. There are some people that you can't touch. After Isha finished speaking, her body rushed towards Lin Dong. In fact, she was clear in her heart. The kid named Lin Dong in front of her, who was able to block her strike, must have a heavenly background. Even if she won today, she could not kill him. One could only injure him and then bring him to meet his elders. See how to solve IBE's problem. The princess that the elf clan had spent great effort to cultivate could not be destroyed by him just like that. Chapter 1202 Powerlessness. Lin Dong looked at the woman who once again rushed over with a full of anger and killing intent. He very much wanted to tell the other party that you must have fucking recognized the wrong person. However, the masked woman did not give him a chance at all and started fighting at the drop of a hat. At this time, Lin Dong was also holding a fire in his heart. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Let's talk after the fight. If you continue, you will think that I am afraid of you. In the end, you realize that you have recognized the wrong person. Let's see how you end up. Then the body meets up. Both sides once again fight together. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Countless collision sounds rang out. Elf Queen Isha was getting more and more alarmed the more she fought. This little bastard was so strong. He had already used 80% of his battle strength, but he still couldn't take down the other party. Exactly which power had secretly cultivated a full-fledged young master? Claiming to be called Lin Dong. However, there was no super family power in the Spirit Lan domain that had the surname Lin. The elf clan had better relations with all the major forces in the Spirit Lan domain. Isha could be certain. There was no such person as Lin Dong amongst the younger generation of heavenly pride demons in the Spirit Lan domain. At least not on the surface. It was hard to say if there was one in secret. Some forces would place their most talented direct lineage in the dark to cultivate them as a way to avoid assassination by hostile forces, which would lead to their demise in the middle of the process. As for the ones in the open, they were all put out to attract attention. Isha guessed. The little bastard Lin Dong in front of her was such a person. How else could he be so young and possess such strong spiritual power? With strong spiritual power, one's strength in the real world could not be any worse. Lin Dong was also surprised at how strong Isa was. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent that could make him slightly more serious after entering the Linglong realm. However, with this amount of strength, it was far from enough to kill himself. Bang! After the strike, both sides once again retreated separately. In the two exchanges, Lin Dong and Queen Isha, neither of them was able to help the other. Little bastard, your soul power is much stronger than what I thought. Which power are you secretly training to succeed you? Speak out, I won't kill you today. But you will likewise have to pay the price for what you have done. Isha took the lead as she looked at Lin Dong, who was parted in the distance. Lin Dong was again confused by the whole thing. What the hell was going on? He thought that the woman in front of him had recognized the wrong person. As a result, the other party did not even know his identity and directly started fighting? Where was there such a person? Until now, Lin Dong did not understand why this woman hated himself so much and wanted to kill him. You don't even know who I am and you want to kill me? What a joke. Lin Dong sneered. I'm going to ask you again, are you going to say it or not? It's not that I won't say it, but you won't believe me even if I say it. Lin Dong spread his hands and said helplessly. How do you know I don't believe you if you don't say it? Then listen carefully. I, Lin Dong, am not the successor of any power. I am just myself, and I have not relied on anyone since I have come this far, so I feel that you should have recognized the wrong person, and there is no need for us to continue fighting. You tricked me? Isha stared at Lin Dong with killing intent in her eyes once again. Saying that she recognized the wrong person? Ibe was the princess of the elf clan, raised by Black himself since he was a child. With her scent, would she recognize the wrong person? I have said that you won't believe me. Do whatever you want. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to do so. Lin Dong displayed an indifferent attitude. What had to be said had already been said. What could be done if the other party did not believe it? Very well. Since you don't tell the truth, then you can't blame me. I can only cripple you before letting the elders of your family come to pick you up. As Isha finished speaking, the aura on her body surged once again. This time, she was going to bring out her full strength to deal with this little bastard. Not crippling Lin Dong would not be enough to resolve her heartfelt hatred. Lin Dong looked at the woman whose aura had once again skyrocketed. He also put away his indifferent attitude and started to become serious. Boom! Boom! Two beams of light like heavenly might shot up into the sky, dispersing the clouds. Isha's was cyan in color while Lin Dong's was golden. Nya Hongdo and the others who were tens of kilometers away were all dumbfounded as they looked at the two rays of green and gold rising up into the sky in the distance. Even from a long distance away, they could feel the two powerful pressures descending. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies were cold and they were still unable to move. This was the true and genuine powerhouse. Ibe knew that the green-colored glow was definitely from his own mother, Queen Isha. Then the golden glow was that of Prince Lin? The two rays of light were almost indistinguishable. Suddenly Ibe's eyes lit up. According to the current situation. In fact, the strength that Duke Lin had shown was not much weaker than his own mother, Queen Isha. He was actually able to compete with his own mother? Ibe was shocked and at the same time a little overjoyed. It was not that she was eating her words and wished for her mother to lose to Lin Dong. Because that was clearly impossible. After years of spending time together, Ibe had absolute confidence in her mother, Queen Isha. The stronger Lin Dong was, the lower the possibility of her mother killing him. It would be best if both sides were evenly matched, with neither side being able to help the other. Such a result would be best. Nya Hongdo was already too shocked to speak from the side. The two rays of light rushing into the sky were so obvious that she naturally saw them. One of them was the Elf Queen and the other was of course Lin Dong. It turned out that Gongzi was so powerful. Just now, I was worried that he would be killed by the Elf Queen. It seems that it was overthinking. Even the number one powerhouse of the Elf clan, the Elf Queen was able to fight. It was enough to prove the Gongzi's strength. Even though this was only in the spirit cage realm, not in the real world. But the spirit cage realm was so strong. Can the real world be worse? In the spiritual lantern realm, those with strong soul power would definitely not be weak in battle. Everyone knew that soul power was the most difficult to raise. It seemed like he was following the right person. In the future, I must follow in the footsteps of the Duke. Even being one of his maidservants would be an honor in one's life. Queen Isha looked at the golden figure in front of her, her silver teeth clenched as a trace of powerlessness arose in her heart. I didn't expect this little bastard to hide his strength as well. One had really underestimated him. One didn't know which power it was that could cultivate such a pervert. The hiding was too deep. In terms of soul power alone, those few young demons in the spirit land domain who were explicitly sought after and worshipped by countless people were not even worthy of giving this kid a mention in their shoes. Lin Dong, I was the one who underestimated you. You are very good, at least in terms of soul power. Those few young fellows from the spirit land domain are far worse than you. Isha said in a deep voice. Although she disliked Lin Dong because of what happened to Ibe, she had to admit that this brat was a complete pervert. It did not matter which power had secretly cultivated the successor. The spirit land domain in the future would also have a place for him. If it wasn't for Ibe, Isha really didn't want to cross paths with such a pervert. That would be very unwise behavior. The route that the elf clan had always followed was to try to make friends with all the strong and powerful people in the spirit land domain. In the future, one day when the elf clan was in trouble, everyone would be able to lend a helping hand. Now, to have a grudge against a young and promising potential like Lin Dong was against her original intention and was not what Isha wished for. She even regretted it now. She had known that Lin Dong's soul power was so perverted. If he really liked Ibe, It would have been better to simply marry Ibe directly to him. The two sides would also be able to form a closer alliance. Sacrificing a princess and investing in a little pervert like Lin Dong was definitely worth it. The future report would also definitely not disappoint the elf clan. Chapter 1203, The Might of an Arrow. Each other. Each other. I also did not expect you to hide your strength, but that's all. I'm afraid it would be a little difficult for you to cripple me with your current strength. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Lin Dong, I admit that you are very strong, but strength does not mean everything, especially when there is not much difference. The outcome of the battle is also related to many other aspects. Queen Isa said. It seems like you still don't die. Honestly, I don't really want to fight you. This kind of battle is meaningless in my opinion, but since you are hot on your heels, let's do it. How could Lin Dong not know that the outcome of a battle had something to do with other aspects? Unless one side had the strength to crush the other side. Otherwise, anything was possible. For example, concealed weapons, traps, great moves, secret techniques, all of these could potentially determine the direction of the outcome of the battle. Lin Dong also believed that this woman on the opposite side definitely had many more tricks up her sleeve. But so what? He had not even used his full strength yet. This time, Lin Dong took the lead in attacking. One could not be passive all the time, could he? Seeing Lin Dong move, Queen Isa also followed suit. A golden and a green silhouette disappeared into place almost simultaneously, rushing towards each other at speeds indiscernible to the naked eye. When they reappeared, they had already collided together once again. Rumble! A shockwave that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the place where the two collided. It turned the devastated forest within a radius of more than 10 kilometers over once again. The powerful strength of the impact once again allowed Nye Hongdo, Ibe, and the others to feel what a battle of the strong was. As long as Ibe was close to Lin Dong and Queen Isa's battle circle, he could stop them from fighting. Nay, with Ibe's strength, he was simply unable to do so. Forcibly approaching was just an act of seeking death. Ibe had no choice but to quietly wait for the battle to end and for his mother to come to him before he had the chance to tell her the truth. The other elf guards who were following Isha were also intercepted by the shockwave. Their strength was much stronger than Nye Hongdo and the others, and they similarly didn't dare to approach. Not only would they not be able to help Queen Isha, they would also give up their own lives. The elf guards were also surprised that Her Majesty had met such a powerful opponent. However, like Ibe, they all had absolute confidence in Her Majesty. It never occurred to them that Her Majesty would lose. After the violent collision, neither Lin Dong nor Isha had any intention of stopping. Both sides exchanged countless more blows. At the center of their fight, the originally dense forest became desolate on one side, full of large pitted holes. It was a good thing that the beasts that lived here, sensing the aura released by Queen Isha, had pretty much run away, otherwise it was unknown how many living beings had died in the aftermath of the two's battle. The combat power displayed by the two was similar. According to the current state of the battle, it would be hard to tell the winner from the loser even if they continued to fight. Isha looked at Lin Dong, who was swimming under his own attacks with ease. In her heart, she understood that it was impossible for her to defeat this little bastard without taking out a little bit of her bottom card. With things having come to this point, it was already an arrow on the string that had to be sent. So the silver teeth were clenched. An all-out strike clashed with Lin Dong's attack. Boom! Lin Dong and Queen Isa each retreated. During the rapid retreat, a green-colored ball suddenly manifested on Isha's left hand. Immediately afterward, her right hand was placed on the string and pulled back in a semicircular shape. A translucent arrow appeared on the bow. Finally, the right hand let go. Swoosh! A sharp sound rang out. The translucent arrow detached from the bow on Isha's left hand and broke through the air. The speed was so fast that it almost reached the point of instantaneous transportation. The sound of breaking through the air had not yet spread. The translucent arrow had already arrived in front of Lin Dong, but the location was Lin Dong's left shoulder, rather than his head or heart. It was obvious that Queen Isha was also unwilling to kill Lin Dong. It did not matter which power Lin Dong was the successor that had been secretly groomed by. With the way he had just behaved, his status was self-evident. If we really kill him, the forces behind Lin Dong would still be looking for the elf clan to fight for their lives? The elf clan did not have a large number of members, and the only strong person who could truly stand at the top of the spirit land domain was actually Queen Isha. Compared to those human super clans, the gap was still huge. If one really offended the forces behind a Lin Dong to death, the elf clan was afraid that it would be difficult to escape. Under comprehensive consideration. It was not that Isha did not want to kill Lin Dong, but she did not dare to do so. As the queen of the elf clan, she had to consider for the entire elf clan. Before Lin Dong could stop his body under the recoil, the arrow shot by Isha had already arrived in front of him. The speed was so fast that Lin Dong was also startled for a moment. Fortunately, he had been on the defense against Isha. At the first opportunity, he extended his right hand and grabbed the translucent arrow with force. When Lin Dong's right hand had just grabbed the arrow, a huge force struck him. The entire person disappeared in place and was carried by this huge force as he flew backwards. In the blink of an eye, he reached a mountain peak more than 20 kilometers away. Boom! The body collided with the mountain peak, sending out a huge vibration and sound. A hundreds of meters high mountain peak was actually directly collapsed. It could be seen how powerful Isha's arrow was. If it had been shot at Lin Dong, what would have happened? Isha did not continue to attack after she had gotten credit for her arrow, and the green bow that had manifested in her hands dispersed. The person also quickly followed suit and arrived not far in front of the collapsed mountain peak. At this moment, she did not have the joy of victory, but instead was somewhat worried. Her brows were tightly furrowed. Had she not struck too hard? This little bastard Lin Dong must not die. Isha also did not expect that Lin Dong, who was so brave just now, could not even block one of her arrows. She had thought that she would have to shoot a few more arrows to outsmart Lin Dong. Who had thought that one arrow would be enough? The mountain peak collapsed, stirring up thick dust. It was impossible to see clearly what was going on inside, nor did she know how Lin Dong was doing. Was he lightly injured, seriously injured, or was he already dying? There was no movement in the mountain for a long time, and Isha became a little nervous. It wouldn't really be dead, right? Isha shook her head repeatedly. It should be unlikely. From the point of view of the exchange of hands just now, Lin Dong's strength was unquestionable. When she shot that arrow, Isha had also withdrawn her strength. At most, it would cause Lin Dong to be seriously injured, he would not die. While Isha was considering whether to go in and take a look, a huge to suffocating aura rose to the sky in front of her. In the face of this force, even Isha, the queen of the elves, felt her insignificance. Immediately after a hurricane blew in. The thick dust was blown away. Isha was also caught by the hurricane. The hurricane did not harm her, but blew her veil up, revealing the stunning face inside as well as the pair of pointed ears. Before Isha could regain her senses under this aura, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. With his right hand open, he prepared to strangle Isha's neck with lightning speed. But when the person who struck saw Isha's face and those pointed ears, the entire person froze. The movements of his hand also stopped. Standing right here in front of her, his right hand was only a few centimeters away from Queen Isha's neck. The two of them were in this strange position, standing motionless in the air. Chapter 1204, Misunderstanding. Lin Dong was disrupted by Isha's sudden arrow. It was good that he kept an eye on the other party at all times. In time, he caught the translucent arrow. However, the tremendous force also pushed Lin Dong backwards and crashed into a mountain peak that was hundreds of meters high, collapsing the mountain. Lin Dong, who was embedded in the mountain, was completely enraged at this moment. After coming to the spirit cage realm, it was the first time he had suffered such a big loss. He had repeatedly retreated at the beginning. The other party, on the other hand, pressed on step by step. Does he really think that he is easy to bully? You have fucking cards, don't I have any? So the entire strength will burst out. Vow to give the unreasonable woman in front of him a little color to see. Women, so what? If you push yourself, you can beat a woman as well. Under the strength of all outburst, Queen Isha was directly scared and froze in place. At this moment, Lin Dong seized the opportunity and instantly came in front of Isha, quickly extending his right hand to grab the other party's neck. However, it was at this time that Lin Dong also saw Isha's appearance clearly. That delicate face and that pair of pointed ears. Wasn't it IBE? Upon closer inspection, he felt that it was not right. There were still some differences with IBE. The age is obviously older than IBE. Looks are also more mature than IBE. However, at first glance, there is at least a 7 or 8% similarity between the two. Lin Dong was not a fool, he knew that the woman in front of him must have an unusual relationship with IBE. Associated with IBE's identity as a princess of the elven race, as well as the fact that he had bought IBE from the Zhongyang City Underground Trade Fair. This woman was also of the elven race and was so similar to IBE. Definitely came to look for looking for IBE. He also stopped the hand that was about to strangle the other party's neck. Although IBE was not Isha's biological daughter. But when she was just born, her identity as an elf princess was established, and she has been raised by Queen Isha until now, and the two of them have practically eaten the same food and lived together for so many years. Not only that. In order for IBE to smoothly receive the inheritance in the future, Elf Queen Isha during IBE's infancy, she needed to inject her own genes into her every day, allowing IBE to slowly integrate and adapt, so that the two of them would not be rejected in the future when they inherited the inheritance, and reached the level of perfect fit. This was how every generation of elf queens in the history of the elf race was completed. As a result, even though the two were not biological mothers and daughters, they looked 7 or 8% similar. This was the result of genetic fusion. According to the scientific perspective, Isha and IBE had similar genes and should be sisters. That's why Isha acted so angry and furious when she knew that IBE might be captured by the bad guys and broken and unable to receive the inheritance. IBE was the successor that she had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. It wasn't easy to want to train another one. Isha was shocked by Lin Dong's sudden outburst of aura, and before she had time to come back to her senses, she was approached by Lin Dong and grabbed herself. Facing Lin Dong's sudden attack, there was nothing she could do. It was already too late to do anything now. She could only watch as Lin Dong's hand kept approaching her neck, with only one thought in her mind. Lin Dong surprisingly had not used his full strength yet? Could this be his full strength? Where was this brat a little pervert? He was clearly a big pervert. Just as Isha was resigning herself to her fate. Lin Dong, however, stopped moving. This caused her to be very puzzled in her heart. She did not understand why Lin Dong had stopped. That arrow just now, one could have shot it out without the slightest hesitation again. The two of them just stood quietly in the air, their gazes locked together, neither of them speaking. About 10 seconds or so had passed. Only then did Lin Dong cough and retracted his right hand and said, "Cough. That. You should know IBE. Do you think so?" Isha replied expressionlessly. After saying that, she took off her veil, revealing that pretty face that had a 7 to 8% resemblance to IBE. There was also that pair of ears that symbolized the elven race. Looking at Isha with this expression, Lin Dong pondered for a moment and carefully analyzed what had happened, and finally somewhat understood what the problem was. Since the other party had come to look for IBE, could it be that he had already discovered IBE's existence just now? And then thought that he had captured her? Otherwise, how could he come over with killing intent before even meeting her? The more he thought about it, the more Lin Dong felt that this possibility was very high. The other party thought that he had captured the elf princess, but he had actually saved her instead. But wouldn't that be a misunderstanding? What kind of person are you from IBE? Lin Dong asked again. IBE is the princess of the elf clan and I am the queen of the elf clan, Isha. What do you think I am to her? Isha's expression remained unchanged. Princess IBE? Queen Isha? So you are IBE's mother? Lin Dong had a look of sudden realization. No wonder he made a move as soon as he arrived and tried to kill himself. It turned out to be a mother-daughter relationship. If the other party thought that she had captured her daughter, as a mother who was eager to save her daughter, it was understandable that she would do such a thing. Isha didn't say anything and considered it a default. Queen Isha, I think you should have misunderstood, things are not what you think. Then tell me, what are things like? A cold light raged in Isha's eyes. It was fine not to mention IBE. Once IBE was mentioned, thinking that the successor that she had spent a lot of effort and time to cultivate was broken by this brat in front of her, resulting in her inability to receive the inheritance. She was like breaking Lin Dong into pieces. Princess IBE was indeed with me, but it wasn't me who captured her, nor did I force her to stay with me. She could leave any time she wanted to, except that IBE felt that leaving on her own might be dangerous, so she begged me to escort her to Amber City. We are now on our way to Amber City, and we ended up meeting you. Lin Dong patiently explained. Are you telling the truth? Isha somewhat did not quite believe Lin Dong's words. Of course it is true. Do you think I have the need to lie to you at this time? As long as you go and ask IBE, you will know the truth. Then how did you meet IBE? I bought it from a merchant at an underground trade fair in Jianyang City by spending 250 billion spirit void coins. Lin Dong answered honestly. Isha's eyes flashed with killing intent when she heard this. Who was that merchant who sold IBE to you? Don't know. In an underground trade fair, everyone wears a mask and no one knows the other party's true identity. Lin Dong spread his hands and stated that he also did not recognize who the person who sold IBE to him was. Isha looked straight at Lin Dong with a pair of beautiful eyes. In her mind, she was analyzing how true or false Lin Dong's words were. Thinking about it, Lin Dong did seem to have no need to lie. Just now, if he had not realized that he and IBE looked alike, the odds were that he would have already fallen into his hands. This fellow's soul power was really too ridiculously strong. Lin Dong, I hope you are not lying, otherwise no matter what your identity or background is, my elf clan will not settle for this. IBE is the princess of my elf clan, she is very important to my elf clan, no matter who dares to harm her, my elf clan will surely pour out everything to retaliate. Isha gritted her teeth and said. Come on. You won't believe anything I say, so why don't you just go and ask IBE directly? She is not far away. Lin Dong shrugged indifferently. Not to mention that he had been helping IBE. Even if he really offended the elf clan, so what? This so-called elf queen was not a match for himself, so what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 1205, Knowing the Truth. Queen Isha glanced at Lin Dong and transmitted her voice to the elf guards outside the battle circle. All of you come over here. Thinking that Her Majesty had already resolved the enemy, the elf guards quickly headed towards the center of the battle. Soon they arrived. Looking at Queen Isa and Lin Dong standing together, all of them thought that their eyes were blurred. Just now, the two were fighting in a shocking manner. How did they suddenly make up? Although there were questions in their hearts, the elf guards did not say anything. What to ask, what not to ask? They still had a measure in their hearts. Your Majesty the Queen. Let's go together to fetch the princess home. Isha took the lead when she finished speaking and moved in the direction of IBE and the others. The elven guards then followed. Lin Dong, on the other hand, walked at the very back. He was actually the most depressed person. He had saved IBE's 5 elven women with good intentions and even promised to send them to Amber City. As a result, the parents came looking for them. If not for Lin Dong's strong strength. If he was not killed, he would have been wasted. That would have been a truly unjust death. It seemed that good deeds could not be done casually. Lin Dong helplessly shook his head. Things had developed to this point. Queen Isa had actually believed Lin Dong's words. There were 2 reasons why she was still not treating him well. One was embarrassment. Lin Dong had saved IBE, so it was reasonable to say that she was IBE's mother and should have thanked Lin Dong, but as a result, she went up and indiscriminately fought. Treating IBE's benefactor in such a manner, Isha did not know how to face Lin Dong for a while. The second was that as the queen of the elf clan, the number 1 powerhouse of the elf clan, she had actually almost fallen into the hands of a junior. Incorrect. If not for Lin Dong's timely withdrawal, she would have already been captured. Even if she was in the spirit cage realm, not the real world, Isha could not accept such a fact. In the entire spirit land domain, it was estimated that there were not many who could outperform Lin Dong in terms of soul power anymore. The sounds of the two fighting no longer resounded. On this side, Nya Hongdo and IBE were anxiously waiting for the outcome of the battle. Since they did not know whether the battle had ended or not, they did not dare to approach. In case the battle started again in the middle of the day, wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? It didn't take long. Several figures appeared in the sky. Everyone gazed at them. Everyone understood that the first to arrive was naturally the winner. When one saw that the person at the forefront was the elf Queen Isha, while the figure of Lin Dong was nowhere to be seen, It was as if Ibe and Nya were drained of their strength and paralyzed on the ground, even though they had already prepared in their hearts. However, when the facts were laid out in front of them, it was still a little difficult to accept. Nowadays, the only thing they were looking forward to was that Lin Dong was still alive and must not die. Isha's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she reached a short distance in front of Ibe. Just as Ibe was about to open her mouth to inquire about Lin Dong's situation, a figure arrived late. Who was it if not Lin Dong? Nya Hongdo and Ibe immediately wept with joy. He Yaoting and the others also let go of their hearts when they saw that Lin Dong was safe and sound. Sir Lin, you're still alive? Gongzi, you're alright? Ibe and Nya Hongdo asked excitedly at the same time. What? Am I that bad in your hearts? Lin Dong smiled. Nope. No. Mr. Lin, it is really great that you are alive. Ibe's words were somewhat incoherent. She was indeed too excited. She had thought that something would happen to Lin Dong when he met his mother, the queen of the elf clan. She did not expect that she would be fine. Moreover, both Lin Dong and his own mother were fine. It was really too good. Nya Hongdo did not speak, but the heartfelt smile on her face could not be concealed. Queen Isa knew that Lin Dong's words were not a lie when she saw that Ibe was the first to care about Lin Dong's well-being. Only after slowly calming down did Ibe look towards her mother, Queen Isha of the elf clan. Mother! Ibe lowered her head and obediently shouted. This was all her fault. It was her who sneaked into the spirit cage realm that caused the current consequences. Not only did she harm the four sisters who had followed her for years, even she almost couldn't return. Humph. Queen Isha responded faintly. I'm sorry. Ibe whispered. You're not sorry to me, but to the entire elf clan. Ibe, you're usually quite well behaved. I didn't expect you to be so bold, actually daring to quietly enter the Linglong realm. Do you know that once there's a bit of an accident in here, you won't be able to wake up in the real world either? You are the princess of the elf tribe. If you are gone, who will the elf tribe hand over to in the future? Isha finally couldn't help but reprimand. I know I'm wrong, mother, I won't dare to do it again, please forgive me this time. Ibe said and knelt in front of Isha. Tell me what you've been through since you entered the spirit cage realm, don't leave out a single bit, I want to know it all. Isha took a deep breath and asked. She now desperately wanted to know what Ibe had gone through since she came to the spirit cage realm. Most importantly, had it been violated by a male? Whether or not she was still able to receive the inheritance. Yes, mother. Ibe began to relate everything she had done after entering the Ling Cage realm. First, they encountered Gao Chun, the first family of the Gao family, and broke up the group of 9, leaving 5 people. Then a man saved them. Originally, they thought they had met good people. Unexpectedly, they fell into another trap. The last thing that happened was that they were bought by Lin Dong in an underground trade fair. This time was when they truly met good people. Queen Isha did not speak after listening to her daughter's narration and did not know what she was thinking in her heart. After a while, she asked, so, you have not been violated? No. Ibe shook her head back and forth. Who was the man who took you? I only know him as Black Fox, not his real name. What about the appearance? Do you still remember it? Can you draw it? Mother, Black Fox is very cautious. Every time he appeared in front of us, his appearance was different. He should be wearing a special mask for fear of being recognized. At this time, He Yaoting suddenly interjected. Lord Elf Queen, Princess Ibe, I've been in contact with Black Fox, please allow me to say a few words. Isha looked towards He Yaoting and nodded expressionlessly, signaling that the other party could speak. Back to Lord Elf Queen, I have stayed in Jiangyang City for many years, and I have participated in many underground trade fairs held by Black Fox. Black Fox is a very mysterious person, and every time he appears, he will make many people dress exactly like him as a way of hiding himself, and up until now, no one has known Black Fox's true identity and appearance. When is that underground trade fair usually held? Queen Isha asked again, daring to lay hands on the elf clan's male son. As the queen of the elves, how could Isha let him off the hook? The time is not fixed. However, according to Princess Ibe's introduction, the Black Fox should have discovered Princess Ibe's identity, and that's why he would rush out in the second-tier city of Jiangyang City, otherwise the price would be much higher in any random first-tier city, and by that inference, the Black Fox shouldn't have appeared in Jiangyang City. Weiyang spoke out his judgment. He had come into contact with Black Fox. Knew that this person's character was extremely cautious. Would never put himself in danger. Not even a tiny bit. Chapter 1206, Noble Guest. You mean you can't find this person called Black Fox? Isha's tone remained calm, and no fluctuations could be heard. But anyone could feel the anger in her heart. The only princess of the elf clan, Her Highness, was abducted and sold by an outlaw, and the murderer could not be found. How could Queen Isha have no reaction at all? If this happened in the real world, the elf tribe would certainly mobilize the entire tribe to find the abductor. But in the spirit cage world, it's not really easy to deal with. After all, the spirit cage realm was a place created by humans. The elves were not superior in terms of soul power. Acting rashly, those few old things in the Elven Elder Council would definitely not agree. During this period of time, they were constantly pressuring Queen Isa to go back and stop wasting time in the spirit cage realm. What the Elven Elders needed to consider was the interests of the entire clan, rather than acting on their emotions. In fact, it was not easy for the elf clan to exist to this day and still have such a large scale. Once the darkest moment. The women of the elf clan didn't dare to go out of the elf forest at all. Once they came out, they would definitely be captured and sold. Even a lot of foppish second-generation ancestor opened up a sky-high price to buy the women of the elf clan. Now was much better than that time. At least no one dared to openly auction off elven women. Even if there were, it would be in the black market. Lord Elf Queen, I'm afraid it's not too easy to find Black Fox now. Maybe he's already exited the spirit cage realm and won't be coming back. This person is very life-thirsty and will never put himself in danger. Once he encounters a crisis, he'll be the first to try to save his life by any means possible. Weiyang replied respectfully. Isha did not continue to finish her sentence as she turned to look at Lin Dong. Although it was very unwilling to face this little pervert. But no matter what, he had saved Ibe in the end, and if she, as a mother, pretended not to see it, then it would appear that the elves were too impolite. Moreover, Lin Dong's final outburst of aura made her feel fear. Possessing such strong soul power. In the real world, this brat's strength would not be bad either. It was even more evident that he had a heavenly background. If he could get on good terms with him because of what happened to Ibe. For the elves, there are definitely heavenly benefits. It was just that she had just been scared by a junior's aura and was unable to move, making Isha, the queen of the elf clan, never able to accept it and unwilling to face it. Lin Dong, thank you for saving Ibe. If it wasn't for you, she would have definitely ended up in a miserable situation. Not only would she not be able to return, she would also be circled and treated like a slave. Her life would be over. Queen Isha forced herself to hold back the discomfort in her heart and thanked Lin Dong. It is just a small matter of lifting my hand. Queen Isa does not need to be so polite. Lin Dong had a smiling face. When he was sneak attacked by Isha's arrow and crashed through the mountain peak, he was indeed very angry. Immediately, he was about to exert his full strength to teach this woman a profound lesson. However, after realizing Isha's identity, Lin Dong was relieved. It was understandable for a mother, worried about her daughter's safety, to act irrationally under her anger. Lin Dong was not an unreasonable person. Being willing to think from someone else's perspective was considered one of his strengths. It is a show of hands to you, but whether it is for Ibe or my elf clan, it is of great significance. Just now, it was me who did not understand the real situation clearly, thinking that you had captured Ibe. That is why I shot at you in anger. Here, I apologize as the queen of the elf clan. I hope that you do not take it to heart. I am sorry. Queen Isha seriously apologized to Lin Dong. This scene left Ibe and the others, as well as the elf guards, stunned. How could they have never imagined it? Her Majesty, the High and Mighty Queen, would bow her head to a young man? The reason why Isha had lowered herself and apologized to Lin Dong was of course with the aim of obtaining Lin Dong's forgiveness. It was originally her fault that she had not clarified the truth of the matter before striking out at Lin Dong. It would be fine if Lin Dong was an ordinary person. However, his identity was not simple. In order to remove the repercussions, there was no harm in apologizing. In the end, it was still Lin Dong's powerful strength that had conquered Queen Isa. Otherwise, with her status, even if she was wrong, it would be impossible for her to bow down to Lin Dong. The big deal was to give more compensation. No need. No need. It's really not necessary. It's not much of a big deal, besides, Princess Ibe and I have become friends, as friends, it's only right to help each other. Lin Dong waved his hand repeatedly. Queen Isha being so polite had caused him to be a little less than kind. Yes. Mother, Mr. Lin is very nice, we are already friends, there is no need to apologize to him, everything you did was for me, I believe Mr. Lin will understand. Ibe happily interjected. Princess Ibe is right. Queen Isha, you are a mother who was worried about her daughter's safety and did something irrational, I can understand such feelings and randomly won't care about this. Lin Dong nodded. Good then. Lin Dong, since you and Ibe are friends, I won't say any more words of thanks, I hope that when you have time in the future, you will definitely come to my elf clan as a guest, you will be the most honored guest of my elf clan, and will enjoy the highest specification reception of my elf clan. Good. I will definitely come when I have time. Lin Dong casually agreed. As for whether or not to go, that would depend on the situation. The threat of the Blue Clan must be removed first before Lin Dong would consider leaving the Star Void realm. Mr. Lin, this is what you said, be sure to come to the Elf Clan as a guest, I will wait for you in the Elf Forest. Ibe added. Don't worry. I'll definitely come when I'm done with my own business and have nothing to do. While several people were talking, Tuan Tuan walked out from the cult. The commotion caused by the great battle between Queen Isa and Lin Dong had not even managed to wake her up. As a result, now that the battle had stopped, the sound of talking had woken her up instead. Big brother, hug. The little girl stood on top of the full carriage pedals with her hands raised above her head, and after sweeping her gaze around, she looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong walked over, took the little girl into his arms and said dotingly, Why did Tuan Tuan wake up? Was it because we were talking too loudly and disturbed you? No. Big brother didn't disturb me, it was me who woke up, I wanted to sleep in Big brother's arms, that would be more comfortable. The little girl said as she buried her head in Lin Dong's arms and rubbed it. Then Big brother will carry you to sleep. Tuan Tuan sniffed the comforting smell of Lin Dong's body and quickly fell asleep. The scent from Lin Dong's body was of great help to her. It was just like how every time Bailey Yanhong very Lin Dong's spirit melded, her soul power was able to increase dramatically. The others were no longer surprised to see such a situation. Lin Dong's favoritism towards the Tuan Tuan had reached an extreme and there was no one who did not envy it. Even Ibe, the princess of the Elf Clan, was still envious as usual. Chapter 1207 Arriving at Weiyang City. Isha looked at Tuan Tuan who was being held in Lin Dong's arms, her eyes filled with incredulity. The moment she had just met this little girl's eyes, her entire body was trembling slightly without control and she could not help but want to kneel down. It was a fear that came from the deepest part of her soul. It was as if they had encountered a natural enemy and self-formed instinctive protection. It had nothing to do with strength or weakness. It was as if a lower life had encountered a higher life. Even if their strength was high, they would still have a feeling of wanting to worship each other. Isha's brain was a bit confused. To her, this feeling was a bit of déjà vu. It seemed to have been encountered once before. When was that time? It should have been a long, long time ago. At that time, Isha had just taken over the position of Queen of the Elves and was preparing to make a big move to lead the elves out of their predicament. From afar, she had seen a figure that she would never forget. At that time, it was also the same urge to prostrate and kneel. And it was much stronger than just now. The owner of that figure was something that Isha would never forget, and was the ultimate goal that she had worked towards in her life. The female emperor of one of the 5 great emperor realm powerhouses of the Spirit Land domain, UG. Queen Isha dreamed that one day in the future, she would be able to stand at that height. At that time, the Elf clan wouldn't have to curry favor with any forces. Instead, countless forces would come to curry favor with the Elf clan. There would also no longer be anyone who dared to sell the Elf clan's women. It didn't matter if it was a public auction or a private black market. Nowadays, Isha only did the first one. No one dared to auction them off publicly. But in the black market, there were still elven women being traded to and fro. And the price remained high. With Isha's current strength, it still couldn't deter those crazy outlaws. Only when she reached the height of Empress Yuji could she do so. How could Isha not understand? Why did this urge to worship arise when she looked at the little girl in Lin Dong's arms? Who exactly was this little girl? Isha glanced at IBE and the elf guards again and realized that they felt nothing about it. Which meant that only she was. Could it be that these people did not have enough soul power? But Lin Dong's soul power was ridiculously strong, so why was he able to hold the other party with ease? And still be able to talk and laugh? Isha was confused. What was wrong with today? It was just as well that she had encountered a young lad whose soul power was stronger than her own, but even the eyes of a little girl could make her ashamed of herself and feel panic from the bottom of her heart. Incomprehensible. Lin Dong was indeed worthy of being a fellow with a heavenly background. A little girl by his side was so extraordinary. IBE, get ready and go back with me first. Isha suppressed the shock in her heart and looked towards IBE. Mother, is it okay if I follow Mr. Lin to Weiyang City before going back with you? It's all the same road anyway. IBE asked in a small voice. No way. The elders of the clan are already very dissatisfied with your behavior. If you don't go back, it won't be very easy to explain. When the time comes, don't ask me for help. I don't want to mess around with a few of them. Isha directly rejected IBE's proposal. She actually did not oppose IBE getting along with Lin Dong. Someone like Lin Dong. When he grew up, he was bound to be a party hegemon in the spirit land domain. The elf clan would definitely benefit immensely if they could get on good terms with him. However, now was not the time. The elders of the clan had already urged him countless times. If they didn't go back, those few old ladies who had nothing to do all day would start looking for things to do again. Although Isha could exercise the rights of the Queen of the Elves and didn't give a damn about them. But when these old things got serious, it was also a headache. So it was necessary to take IBE back first. There would be a chance to make things right with Lin Dong in the future. Hearing that his behavior had already caused the strong displeasure of the clan elders, IBE was shocked for a moment in her heart. She did not want to be lectured by the grandmothers of the elders again. Just thinking about it made her brain hurt. Since childhood, every once in a while, the Elder Council had to bring IBE over and brainwash her for half a month's time. It was fine when she was young, her mind was simple. After growing up with her own thoughts, IBE felt that going there was suffering. Mother, what did the elders say? IBE immediately had a bitter face. You'll know when you go back. Mother, I don't want to go there. It's useless for you to talk to me about this, go and say it to those old things, but judging by the fact that you sneaked into the spirit cage realm, they will definitely feel that their education has not been done. This time when you go back you're guilty of something, and don't want to come out without a year and a half. Ah. A year and a half? Isn't this killing me? IBE let out a long sigh. It's not because you asked for it? If you didn't sneak in, where would there be so much trouble? What causes are planted, what fruits are produced? When you made this decision, you should have thought that there would be that day. You were still considered lucky if you hadn't met Lin Dong. Have you thought about what would happen to you? What kind of life will you face in the future? Mother, I know I am wrong, I will never dare to do so again. Alright, pack up. Go back first. Isha ordered. IBE and the remaining 4 elven women began to pack up their things. There was actually nothing to pack. When they were bought by Lin Dong, they were almost unclothed. It was quickly sorted out. The next step was to bid farewell to Lin Dong. For Lin Dong, handing IBE over to her mother was also a way of settling a matter in his own heart. After all, he had promised IBE that he would send her to Amber City, so he had to do it. This was good. After IBE left with her mother, he could go wherever he wanted to go. Go when you want, how free and easy. In IBE's thankful and reluctant eyes, she followed Queen Isha and left. Of course, before leaving, she did not forget to ask Lin Dong for his contact information. The lifesaver could not just break the contact. Even if IBE agreed, her mother, Queen Isha, would not agree. Such an excellent young man, in the future will be a party hegemon of the spirit land domain, how can he not contact? No. It should be how can one be ungrateful? IBE was not strong enough. Just be brought forward. Isha brought IBE while the rest of the elven guards brought the maids around IBE. The group of elven women quickly disappeared into Lin Dong's line of sight. After bidding farewell to IBE and the girls, only then did Lin Dong and the others begin to continue on their way. The speed of the colt was much slower. After another month or so of traveling, and without any accidents along the way, the group finally reached Weiyang City. Weiyang City was a first-class city in the spirit cage realm, much more prosperous than Jiangyang City. The forces here were also much more massive. A random third-rate power could rub the MO family of Jiangyang City on the ground. Lin Dong's and their arrival did not attract anyone's attention. There were numerous teens entering and exiting Weiyang City every day. The group of 3 colt carts was so pathetically small that it was difficult to draw attention to them. Chapter 1208 Half-Step Emperor Realm. Arriving at Weiyang City. First thing, find a place to land. Lin Dong and his group turned around in the busy streets of Weiyang City for a long time. There were many inns where they could stay. However, the environments were all average. Since they wanted to stay, they had to stay in the best environment. After asking a local, he followed the other party's guidance and found an inn with a better environment to stay in. In Lin Dong's plan, they were required to stay in Weiyang City for a period of time. One would have to break through the ancestral god rank 10th stage barrier in both physical and spiritual strength before they could leave and head to their next target, the main city of Amber City. It would require at least hundreds of thousands of divine magnificence points. That is, it would cost hundreds of trillions of spiritual void coins. The time would not be short. So there was still a need to buy a house. How could living in your own house be more comfortable than an inn? Moreover, as a first-tier city, Weiyang City had expensive houses. It was also possible to earn divine magnificence points. Although not much. But by the way, it was better than nothing. The matter of buying a house, Lin Dong left it to He Yaoting. As a businessman who had traveled extensively and climbed up from the bottom, He Yaoting's ability is definitely there. Buying a house, buying treasures and all these things, Lin Dong was prepared to hand all of them over to He Yaoting. Nia Hongdo would just be responsible for managing this internal mess of trivialities. A woman who is too beautiful to go out and show her face and deal with those crooked merchants is not suitable. Lest they cause trouble again. Lin Dong had a deep understanding of this. After only 3 days at the inn, He Yaoting bought the house. The location is good, the area is also large, the environment is not to say. Of course the price is not cheap. The matter of the house was dealt with, He Yaoting was put into other things. Want to open up the situation in Weiyang City. He had to make good relations with all the forces first. Lin Dong would not ask about these matters. He would just pay the money. The more money He Yaoting spent, the happier he would be. The first night of moving into his house, Lin Dong told Tuan Tuan that he needed to close the door for a breakthrough. The little girl instructed Lin Dong to be careful and then guarded the door of his room so that no one would disturb his seclusion. Tuan Tuan's approach left Lin Dong helpless as he did not need it, but there was no way to refuse. Sitting on the bed, he opened the system and chose to exit the spirit cage realm. Opening his eyes again, he had already returned to the real world. It hadn't returned for a few months. The surroundings were still familiar. Inside the secret room of the Star Void Realms. 7-colored glazed sect. Lin Dong once again opened his system. His physique was at the 3rd stage of the ancestral god level, and his mental strength was at the 10th stage of the ancestral god level. Then he tapped on the plus sign behind the column of physique. The system popped up a window. Then select yes. 1,000 divine magnificence points disappeared. Feeling the slight heat in his body. The physique was also raised from ancestral god rank 3 to ancestral god rank 4. Repeat the operation again. Eventually spending 7,000 divine magnificence points. Raising the physique to the 10th stage of the ancestral god level as well, it reached the limit of the ancestral god level just like the spiritual power. After adapting to the changes in his body, Lin Dong could not wait to open the system. He wanted to see how his battle power would change after his physique and spiritual strength had both reached the 10th step of the ancestral god rank, which was the limit of the divine brightness realm. What was the next realm of the divine brightness realm? As soon as he opened the system, Lin Dong locked his eyes on the battle power column. Battle power, half-step emperor realm, eternal emperor level. At the same time, an introduction appeared in Lin Dong's mind. After the divine brightness realm, was the emperor realm. The emperor realm was similarly divided into 3 levels. The first entry into the emperor realm was at the ghastly emperor level, followed by the ancient emperor level, and finally the heavenly emperor level. So it turns out that after the Divine Brightness realm is the Emperor realm. I wonder what comes after the Emperor realm? Lin Dong muttered. He himself was now considered to have half a foot in the Emperor realm. The Divine Brightness realm was not worth mentioning in front of him. A half-step Emperor realm battle power should not be many in the Spirit Lan domain. In the future, when he traveled to the Spirit Lan region, he would have an additional safeguard. At least one wouldn't be afraid to do anything. He stood up and moved his body. Lin Dong walked out of the place of seclusion. There were still two beautiful female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect guarding the entrance of the small courtyard. Seeing Lin Dong come out, the two immediately revealed a look of surprise. Hurriedly kneeling down, they respectfully shouted, "See you, Lord Lin! See you, Lord Lin! Get up! It has been hard for you guys." Lin Dong waved his hand and an invisible force dragged the two up. "It is not hard work. It is a blessing for us to be able to do a little something insignificant for Lord Lin." Lin Dong nodded his head. When he returned a few months ago, he had learned from Gongsun Jimeng that he had killed Blue Feather and saved the Star Void realm, which was greatly publicized by Shen Yuanshou. Nowadays, he had probably long since become the national idol of the Star Void realm. It could be seen from the stars in the eyes of these two female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect in front of them, as well as the look of adoration on their faces. "No matter what, thank you all. Take me to see the sect leader first. I have something to talk to her about." "Yes, Lord Lin, please follow me." Lin Feng followed the two of them to the study of the seven-colored glazed patriarch. However, Gongsun Jimeng wasn't in there. The two female disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect immediately contacted the patriarch. Above the great hall of the seven-colored glazed sect, Patriarch Gongsun Jimeng was in the middle of giving a meeting to the core executives of the seven-colored glazed sect. Suddenly, she received a message. Upon hearing that it was Lin Dong who had come to her, she hurriedly asked the two female disciples to take him to the study to rest for a while, and she herself would be there soon. With that, she announced that the conference was temporarily over. Leaving behind a group of puzzled clan executives, you looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what had happened that could make the patriarch hang them all out to dry and not even open the clan assembly. Lin Dong did not stay in the study for long before Gongsun Jimeng hurriedly arrived in a hurry. "Lin Dong, it has only been a few months, why have you come out of the gate again?" Gongsun Jimeng gasped and asked. All the way she had rushed over as fast as she could. As far as Gongsun Jimeng knew, 10 or 8 years was considered rare for a Sage Realm powerhouse to go into seclusion, and some could go into seclusion for hundreds of years at a time. As a result, when it came to Lin Dong, previously, he had to come out of seclusion once in 10 days and half a month, and this time, he was still considered to be good, and was in seclusion for a few months. However, compared to other Sage Realm powerhouses that could easily spend decades in seclusion, it was really pitifully small. It was also unknown what exactly he was doing. There was no effort to cultivate. Could it be that Lin Dong did not know? Once he was unable to make a breakthrough in 300 years' time, the arrival of the Blue Clan's people would be a disaster for the Star Void realm? Gongsun Jimeng secretly shook his head. Lin Dong was indeed still too young. There was no determination at all. After only a few months of not seeing his little girlfriends, he could not help himself. Even if he was gifted, at critical moments, it would be difficult to bear heavy responsibilities. Perhaps one could only wait for him to grow up for a while before realizing the importance of time. Start cultivating hard. Hopefully, it would still be too late by then. During his seclusion, Lin Dong frequently came out and was considered young and lacking in determination by Gongsun Jimeng. However, he was unaware that Lin Dong's current strength had already surpassed the Divine Ming realm above the Sage realm and had reached the half-step Emperor realm. Let alone the Blue Clan sending someone. Even if they were to bring out their entire nest. In front of Lin Dong, it would be nothing more than a small ant's nest that could be crushed with a light kick. Chapter 1209, 6th in the Sky. Sister Meng, I didn't disturb you, did I? Lin Dong did not reply, but instead smiled and asked the other party in return. He could not read minds and did not know what Gongsun Jimeng had in mind. If one knew, he did not know how he would feel in his heart. Would he reveal a little to Gongsun Jimeng? Honestly speaking, Lin Dong's current strength was indeed a bit terrifying. Half-step Emperor realm. even in the 9th level civilization spirit land domain. That was also a dominant party, an existence that no one dared to mess with. One must know that in the entire spirit land domain, there were only 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses. In other words, those who could steadily defeat Lin Dong were those 5 Emperor Realms. And below the Emperor Realm, Lin Dong had the split body technique added on, which allowed him to use 3 drops of essence blood to summon 3 half-step Emperor Realm split bodies to exist at the same time. It was almost invincible. Which half-step Emperor Realm could defeat 4 strong people of the same level joining hands? 3 of them were still the kind that were brazen enough to perform a self-destruct at critical moments. The self-preservation of a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse was unimaginably powerful. Calculating in this manner, Lin Dong could be called unrivaled under the Emperor Realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the 6th strongest person in the Spirit Land domain. Within the jurisdiction of the 9th level civilization Spirit Land domain, there were numerous races and countless living beings. Lin Dong's strength could be ranked in the 6th position. It was enough to walk horizontally in the Spirit Land domain. Aside from the 5 divine dragons and the Emperor Realm powerhouses, no one could do anything to him. This was already enough for Lin Dong to be proud of. Of course, he himself did not know it yet. It was just that he felt that his half-step Emperor Realm strength should not be considered bad in the Spirit Land domain. As for exactly how powerful it was, he would still have to wait until he personally arrived at the Spirit Land domain to find out. Lin Dong, there is nothing wrong with me here. What I am afraid of is that if you come out so often while you are in seclusion, it will affect your cultivation. Gongsun Jiming was worried. Sister Meng is afraid that if I slack off, when the Blue Clan arrives, I won't be able to stop them. It is good to know. Lin Dong, the fate of the entire Star Void realm is now in your hands. You have to work hard. Nowadays, you are an all-name idol, countless people are worshipping you. Don't let everyone down, don't count on Alliance Master Shen Yuan and the few of them, they have been stuck at the same king level for so many years. Don't say that if they were given 300 years, or even if they were given 30,000 years, it would be impossible for them to transcend the Sage realm and cross over into the Divine Ming realm. The Starry Void realm will still have to rely on you. Gongsun Jiming had a look of hatred. She was also familiar with Lin Dong. Knowing that Lin Dong's temperament was very easy to get along with, he would not get angry over a small matter. Truly treating Lin Dong as a younger brother. Otherwise, even if she was given 10 guts, she would not dare to talk to a half-step Divine Ming realm powerhouse like this. If she encountered several Saint King level powerhouses such as Shen Yuan Shou and Pang Zhong, Gongsun Jiming would have no choice but to lower her posture and answer whatever she was asked. I know. However, Sister Meng, I can't do anything about it now. My strength is stuck motionless, just shutting down won't solve the problem, and occasionally coming out for a walk will ensure that I am in the best state, which is more helpful for the breakthrough of my strength. Lin Dong replied helplessly. In the end, he still did not tell Gongsun Jiming that he had already made a breakthrough and was no longer afraid of the Blue Clan. After all, the time was too short. It had not even been a year and he had made another breakthrough. What would happen if it was spread out? It wouldn't be too sensational to wait until 300 years later to reveal his strength at the Divine Brightness realm. Come on. I still don't know your mind? I think you are just too young, your determination is not enough and you cannot tolerate loneliness. Lin Dong, you have to work hard now before you can do so. Even if you do not think about the countless living beings in the Star Void realm, you have to think about those little girlfriends of yours as well, right? Once you cannot withstand the Blue Clan in the future, they will all suffer along with you. Sister Meng, you've misunderstood, it's not what you think. Lin Dong laughed bitterly. Don't be sophomoric, Lin Dong. I know that you are young and have physical needs, but as the saying goes, the greater the strength, the greater the responsibility. Nowadays only you can save the Starry Void realm. No one can do it other than you. Promise me to endure these 300 years and focus your mind well on cultivation, and wait until you have repulsed the Blue Clan in the future before you can start your happy life. Gongsun Jiming persuaded bitterly. Looking at Lin Dong, he did not take cultivation seriously at all and came out once in 3 or 2 months. She was truly anxious. 300 years seemed like a long time. However, if one was slightly inattentive, it would be there in the blink of an eye. It would be too late to regret at that time. Get over it. I understand, don't worry, Sister Dream. I will definitely cultivate hard and will not fail everyone's expectations. Lin Dong could only promise in the end. He did not dare to continue explaining. Otherwise, it would also lead to Gongsun Jiming's large lecture. At least, we are also half steps in the Emperor realm. To still be educated as if we were a child, is it a shame to spread it out? It's good to understand. Lin Dong, don't blame me for being long-winded, all of this is for your own good, and of course for my own good. If you can't hold back the Lan clan, I will have to suffer along with you. After ending this topic, Lin Dong asked Gongsun Ximing something about the Star Void realm. In today's Star Void realm, everyone was living peacefully and happily, and there was a completely peaceful atmosphere. With Lin Dong, a half-step divine brightness realm powerhouse, at the helm, no one dared to mess around. Pang Zhong, who used to be the most public-spirited, was now pouting his buttocks and did not dare to venture out for fear of being targeted by Lin Dong. He had seen how powerful Lin Dong was. Originally, what he had done in the past was disliked by Lin Dong, so if he were to commit another offense, wouldn't he be seeking his own death? Pang Zhong, a Saint King-level powerhouse, had even become low-key. The others were even more so. Each and every one of them wished to become invisible and be forgotten by the public. From Gongsun Ximing's mouth, he knew that the Star Void realm was now in a good situation, and that everyone was enjoying a good life. Lin Dong then did not go any further. After bidding farewell to Gongsun Ximing, he came to the place where Yun Shi and the others lived to chat with them. By the way, he looked at how their strength had progressed. He then left in the unwilling eyes of the group of women and returned to the place where he was in seclusion, entering the spirit cage realm through the system. If there was no little girl Tuan Tuan, Lin Dong would have stayed in the real world for a while. Anyway, there was a Yao Ting helping him spend money in the spirit cage realm, so there was nothing to do if he went there. It would be better to stay with Yun Shi and the girls in the real world. But not with Tuan Tuan around. The day Lin Dong did not go out, the little girl would always be guarding outside the door and was hungry. There was no choice but to rush to the spirit cage realm. Lin Dong's next plan was to prepare enough rations for the little girl while spending money to obtain divine magnificence points. Raise Tuan Tuan, and when she remembered where her home was, send her back to reunite with her family. After completing this matter, just accumulate divine magnificence points while waiting for the arrival of the Blue Clan. Lin Dong had originally wanted to make a trip back to Earth. As a result, he was delayed because of the Blue Clan. Once the Blue Clan's crisis was resolved, it was time to also take everyone back to Earth before considering traveling to the Spirit Lan domain. Chapter 12:10 Isha's Decision. 9th Level Civilization Spirit Lan Domain, Elven Forest. This was where the entire elf race resided. Elf Queen Isha and Elf Princess Ibe had already returned here long ago. Their speed was much faster than Lin Dong and the others traveling in a cult. Back in the Elven Forest, Isha then began to deal with the various matters that had accumulated over this period of time. Ibe, on the other hand, was taken by the elders of the elf clan for education. The fact that she had secretly entered the spirit cage and caused a sensation throughout the elf clan made the elf clan's elders furious, thinking that the teaching done to the elf princess for so many years was a failure. It would have to be done all over again. Although Ibe didn't want to go, there was no way around it. The elders had a high prestige in the elf clan, and basically all of them had served as elf queens. They had to go even if they didn't want to. Facing these highly respected old codgers, there was nothing Isha, the elf queen, could do. After handling her own affairs, she then began to inquire about this person Lin Dong. However, even after utilizing all the connections of the elf clan and unleashing all the power that could be unleashed, she was unable to confirm Lin Dong's specific identity. It was evident how deep this young man with perverted soul power was hiding. It must be that the power Lin Dong was in did not want him to be exposed prematurely. Since she could not confirm it, Isha did not waste any more time and went to find Ibe, who was receiving ideological education first. As soon as Ibe saw his mother, he had a bitter face. "What? You know it's hard now?" Isha's tone carried a hint of gloating. "Mother, I don't want to stay here, I want to go back with you," Ibe said aggressively. "Don't think about it, obediently stay here for a while. When the elder's anger is almost gone, I'll come back to intercede for you. I can't save you now." Isha did not hesitate to reject Ibe's request. "After hearing this for so many years, my ears are calloused. Isn't it still useless?" "It doesn't matter if you think it's useless, it's fine if they think it's useful. When you're old, you have to find something to do, don't you? Otherwise the day-to-day idleness." "Mother, since you didn't come to take me away, what did you come to see me for?" Ibe puffed out her cheeks and said aggressively. Nothing, just wanted to ask you about this man Lin Dong. Mr. Lin Dong? Tell me carefully, everything about Lin Dong, the more detailed the better. You guys have been together for such a long time, you should have some knowledge about him, right? Isha asked. Of course I understand. Mother, Mr. Lin is a very, very good person, really, not at all like those smelly men in your mouths. Talking about Lin Dong. Ibe was like a magpie, chattering happily. All the words were about how good Lin Dong was, how good he was. Not a single word was said to disparage him. Throughout the entire process, Isha did not interrupt. She was also eager to want to know everything about Lin Dong right now, so naturally, she would not spare every detail. A character who was destined to become a party hegemon in the Spirit Land domain in the future deserved the attention of Isha, the queen of the elf clan. Waiting for Ibe to finish speaking. Only then did Isha take over. Ibe, it can be seen that you like Lin Dong very much. Ah? Which is? Mother, you have misunderstood. Ibe stuttered and explained. Lin Dong was the one who had saved her from the fire, was handsome, nice to people and strong. It would be impossible if she did not have any favorable feelings towards Lin Dong. It was just that being told by her mother just like that, Ibe was still a little shy. Moreover, as the princess of the elf clan. In the future, she would have to receive the inheritance and become the queen of the elves. She was not allowed to bond with a man. Just like her mother, she was still alone until now. It's okay. Ibe, mother is not trying to blame you. If Lin Dong is really as good as you say, it is normal for you to like him. Mother also liked someone when she was young. Mother also liked a human man? Ibe had a curious look on her face. This was the first time she heard her mother talk about the past. Of course. Mother was also young once, so why can't she like it? Isha smiled. Actually, her words were fake. The purpose was to get Ibe to open up. Isha hadn't been out of the elven forest since before she became the elven queen, so where would she go to like human men? But even if you like it, it's not destined to come to fruition, right? Mother. Ibe's mood suddenly dropped. If it was in that era in the past, you're not wrong at all to say that, as the princess of the elf clan, shouldering the mission of the elf clan, even if you like it, there's no way it'll come to fruition, but it's different now. What's different? A flash of surprise appeared in Ibe's eyes. Despite hiding it deeply, it was still discovered by Isha. She smiled faintly and said, now that the elf clan has gained a firm foothold in the Spirit Land domain, and my strength, which is stronger than all the previous elf queens, can still hold out for a while, and it's completely too late to even raise another elf princess. What does mother mean? Ibe was a bit incredulous. My meaning is very simple, Ibe, if you really like Lin Dong and Lin Dong likes you, then you should bravely pursue your own happiness. Not only will mother not stop you, she will also help you. But the elder side? You don't have to worry about the elder side either, I'll take care of it for you. Isha said confidently. She did have the confidence to convince the elders. Once those few old codgers were made aware that Lin Dong was young and had a stronger soul power than even herself, the queen of the elves, they would definitely not stop Ibe and Lin Dong from being together. They would even set them up. In the hearts of those old codgers, the elf clan was everything. As long as it was beneficial to the elf clan, favorable to the development of the elf clan, they will agree. Queen Isha had a deep understanding of this. There were many things that even if she didn't agree with the elders, she couldn't refuse. It was because they were all elders who had dedicated everything they had for the elf clan. Mother, is this true? Ibe asked with a pair of big beautiful eyes. Of course it's true, this kind of thing, how could mother joke with you? Isha replied seriously. But why is that? It was only natural that Ibe couldn't figure it out. After all, from the time she was a little elf, the elders of the elf clan had instilled in her the idea that she was the princess of the elf clan, and that she would inherit the elf queen in the future. One could not like any male. Nor could she have intimate contact with any male. Otherwise it would be a violation of the clan rules and would be severely punished. Why did mother suddenly change her mind? And to help herself deal with a few elders? Because this person Lin Dong is very uncomplicated, his future achievements are unlimited, Perhaps he will become one of the masters of the Spirit Land domain. The benefits you will bring to the elf clan if you are with him are far greater than the benefits that becoming the queen of the elf clan will bring to the elf clan. The elders are all dedicated to the elf clan, they naturally won't stop it. Isha told the truth to IBE. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. After IBE knew about it, she would work even harder to maintain her relationship with Lin Dong. Chapter 12:11 Blue Mountain arrives. Mother, last time when you and Lin Dong fought in the spirit cage realm, did you discover that he was extraordinary? That is why you did not injure him. IBE asked excitedly. She knew that Mr. Lin was definitely not an ordinary person. To be able to obtain the approval of his mother, the elf queen. How could anyone do that? Isha smiled bitterly in her heart. Lin Dong, where was he extraordinary? He was simply the pervert of perverts. It is not that he does not want to hurt him, but he is simply unable to beat him. Moreover, Isha understood. With Lin Dong's aura that had erupted at the last moment. Even if she exhausted all her means and cards, she might not be Lin Dong's opponent. The key was that Lin Dong was too young. This was the focus of Queen Isha's attention and the reason why she valued Lin Dong. To possess such strong soul power at such a young age. In the future, breaking through realms would not be as simple as eating and drinking water. Everyone knew that soul force was the most difficult to raise. With Lin Dong having overcome the most difficult hurdle, the rest would be simple. IBE, no matter what you and Lin Dong can develop into, you must maintain a good relationship with him, no? This will be of great benefit to the elf clan. Isha thought for a moment and did not tell IBE the true circumstances of the battle between the spirit cage realm and Lin Dong. Lest it would give this girl too much pressure and cause her to develop an inferiority complex. This would not be worth the loss. I know, don't worry, mother. Mr. Lin is very easy to get along with, I so love the feeling of being with him, it's really comforting. Spirit Cage Realm. The next period of time. Lin Dong kept a low profile in Weiyang City. The matters of showing his face were all left to Yao Ting. He was like a behind-the-scenes boss. Only managing to spend money and make major decisions. At this moment, Lin Dong had to be glad that he had agreed to Yao Ting's decision to come and join him. Yao Ting's ability to climb up from the bottom and make a name for himself in Jianyang City's trade street was indeed very strong. Without any capital, he was able to become a little-known businessman through his own efforts. Now with the support of Lin Dong's unlimited funds. The results spoke for themselves. Through the paving of money. It quickly gained a firm foothold in Weiyang City. It began to continuously send Lin Dong the heavenly treasures that the Tuan needed to grow. The divine greatness points were certainly growing. Although the speed was not very fast. However, it was better in terms of stabilization and a steady flow of water. Unlike Lin Dong's participation in the auction that was a one-shot deal, it would also attract the attention of some people. After having enough strength to deal with the Blue Clan, Lin Dong was not in a hurry now. He had never thought about when he would become the number one in the world. Nor did he have that kind of ambition. Strength did not need to be much stronger, just being able to defend himself would suffice. In fact, at this point in time, Lin Dong's purpose of coming to the Spirit Cage Realm had already been overfulfilled. When he first entered the Spirit Cage Realm, he merely wanted to break through his previous predicament and have enough strength to resolve the crisis of the Lan clan. Now that Lin Dong's strength had surpassed the Divine Ming realm and reached the Half-Step Emperor realm, what would the Blue Clan take to invade the Star Void realm? Even if the Blue Clan came out in full force, they would still come to die. As such, Lin Dong did not panic and began to pursue a stable route of development. The accumulation of hundreds of thousands of Divine Magnificence points was a long process that was not rushed. 2 months quickly passed once again. These 2 months were very uneventful. Lin Dong rarely went out. Even when he did go out, he stayed at home for a long time and took Tuan and Nia Hongdo for a break. The three of them walked together. How did they look like a harmonious family of three? It was Lin Dong who appeared a little too young. Nia Hongdo's mature and plump figure resembled a beautiful young woman in her 30s who had given birth to a child. Tuan was another cute little girl like a porcelain doll. Even Nia Hongdo sometimes walked on the road, looking at Lin Dong and Tuan, unconsciously thinking silently in her heart. If one could really form a family with Lin Dong, have a child and live a secluded life as a family of three, how good would that be? If Lin Dong was willing, it would be fine to have 2 or 3, form a family of 4, a family of 5. She could definitely give up everything. The reason why Nye Hongo was still single at such an old age was not that she did not have anyone to pursue her, but that her vision was too high and she could not look at those men on the flux star. However, when it came to Lin Dong, she was somewhat ashamed of herself. It felt like she was not worthy of Lin Dong. Perhaps this was what everyone always said: high is not good enough, low is not good enough. Those who can look at her, she can't. She can look at them, but they can't look at her. This is the reality. Of course, this was all Nye Hongo's fantasy, and she also knew that it was impossible to realize. With Lin Dong's strength and status, he definitely would not make this choice. Even if he agreed, the forces behind him would not agree. Moreover, there was another point. It was impossible to give birth to a child in the spirit cage realm. Even if the feelings here were real and not any different from the real world, it was ultimately a virtual world. The vast majority of people came to the spirit cage realm in order to raise their soul force, and a very few came here to make money because they couldn't hang around in the spirit land domain anymore. When their soul force was raised to a certain level, they would all return to the real world. Lin Dong naturally did not know what Nye Hongo had in mind. He only knew the little girl Tuan Tuan's body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye because she had enough treasures to support her. It was already like a 12 or 13-year-old girl. When he had just met the little girl in Jiangyang City, Lin Dong still remembered that Tuan Tuan was only 6 or 7 years old. After only a few months, it had already grown to 12 or 13 years old. This kind of growth speed could not be described as not fast. From the deep and questioning eyes that Tuan Tuan occasionally revealed, Lin Dong knew that the little girl should have recalled some fragments of her memories. It was just that it was still incomplete. It was unable to construct a complete picture of her memories. That was why she had revealed that kind of look with doubts. However, the little girl did not say anything. Lin Dong would not take the initiative to ask either. After the last time, which caused Tuan Tuan to have a splitting headache. He had then said that he would not ask the little girl any more questions. In fact, Lin Dong was now torn in his heart. Both wishing for the little girl to grow up quickly and wanting her to grow up slower. After Tuan Tuan grew up and remembered what happened in the past, he would be able to send her home to reunite with her family, and without the little girl by his side, Lin Dong could go back to the Star Void realm at any time and save himself a lot of trouble. There was no need to be like now. Every time he went back, Tuan Tuan had to guard outside the door. But after spending so much time together, he was also very fond of this understanding little girl, and he would definitely be reluctant to part with her just like that all of a sudden. Tuan Tuan remembered his family, he should leave himself in this entangled state. The only thing Lin Dong could do was to let nature take its course. He would not actively intervene. Regardless of which way things would develop, he would accept it openly. Even if they were separated in the spirit cage realm. In the future, they might be able to meet each other in the spirit lantern realm as well. Lin Dong was accompanying Tuan Tuan in the spirit cage realm and had nothing to do all day. A blue light appeared outside the Star Void realm. It was none other than the Blue Plan's Divine Brightness Realm powerhouse, Blue Mountain, who had rushed over from the Spirit Land domain. Chapter 1212, Descending to the Western Gate Continent. Lan Shan received an order from the Blue Plan's clan head to rush to the target location, a 7th-level civilization called the Star Void Realm. A direct descendant of the clan who had been missing for 1,000,000 years had sent out a distress signal from there in the last moments of his life. Although there were countless clansmen in the Blue Clan, very few might have awakened their talents. Every one of them grew up to be the top pillar of the clan. With the sacrifice of a clan member with an awakened talent, or in a tiny 7th-level civilization, the clan would definitely send someone to check it out. After receiving the order, Lan Shan immediately set off. With his strength of the Divine Ming realm, without any drag, his speed was unimaginably fast. After nearly a year of running around, he finally arrived at his destination. The 7th-level civilization Star Void Realm. Arriving outside the Star Void Realm and looking at the countless starlight intersecting civilizations in front of him, Lan Shan didn't have any hesitation and directly entered it. And he didn't hide his movements or breath along the way. In his opinion, a tiny 7th-level civilization. It didn't even have a divine brightness realm. It wasn't even worthy of one's attention. It didn't matter if it was humans or other races. As long as they were intelligent beings, once they reached the divine brightness realm and possessed divine power, they would be completely different. Divine power was a power that could crush holy power. Any more massive holy power, in front of divine power, all belonged to the category of eggs touching stones, not measuring themselves. In other words, even the most powerful of saint realms would have to kneel when they encountered the divine brightness realm. In a civilization with at most half a step of the divine Ming realm, Lan Shan considered himself invincible. There would be no need to cower, just directly crush through. Although the half-step divine realm also possessed divine power, compared to the true divine realm, it was not at the same level at all. The only difference with the saint realm was, if there were too many half-step divine brightness realms, they would still pose a threat to the divine brightness realm. After all, it was also an existence that possessed divine power. But 10 or 8 half-step godmind realms were useless, there had to be at least dozens or hundreds of them. Yet there was only one level 7 civilization in the district. The vast majority of them didn't even have a single half-step divine realm. Could there possibly be dozens or hundreds of them? The answer was of course impossible. Thus, Lan Shan wasn't worried at all about overturning in the gutter. As soon as he came, he revealed the strength of the divine brightness realm, to make the entire civilization fall into the fear that he had brought upon them. Entering the star void realm, Lan Shan. It didn't stop at the fringes, but directly headed to the center of the star void realm. The fringe area was inhabited by forces that were so small as to be pitiful, with limited knowledge of the star void realm. Lan Shan knew that even if he went up there, he wouldn't get the information he wanted. Then, he would simply go deeper. When he reached the central circle of the star void realm, he was looking for a place to learn about this civilization. As he passed by the living planet, the aura of the divine realm released by Lan Shan caused the humans on the planet to feel an unprecedented pressure. It was as if a giant stone was pressing on the heart, making it difficult to breathe. Everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to stare blankly at the sky. The body involuntarily trembled. It was a fear that came from the depths of the heart. It was the impulse of worship that a lower life had when facing a higher life. Wherever Blue Mountain passed by a living planet, the living beings all bowed to the ground. This was the fear and despair that the divine realm brought to ordinary beings, regardless of whether it was from the physical body or the soul. The two sides were not on the same level at all. After delving deeper into the star void realm, Lan Shan came across a continent. A power that could occupy a continent was definitely much stronger than a power that occupied a planet. It was the same no matter where. Because the resources on a continent were much more than a planet. Figuring that he should be able to get the information he wanted on this vast continent, Lan Shan headed for the continent. This continent he was looking at happened to be the Shiman continent that Lin Dong had once visited. He had also killed a sage realm powerhouse on it, Shiman Fuguei. As Lan Shan approached the Shiman continent, he was blocked by a curtain of light. Due to the Shiman family on the Shiman continent, after having a sage realm powerhouse killed by Lin Dong, the only living sage realm Shiman Shenghua immediately announced that he would activate an array formation to close off the Shiman continent and would not allow anyone to enter for the first time. However, this formation was no different from a bubble in front of Lan Shan, a divine realm powerhouse. It would break when touched. Looking at the light curtain in front of him that was blocking the way, Blue Mountain's face was filled with a strong color of disdain. How can this be called a formation? It's true that garbage civilizations can only lay out garbage formations. With a cold smile, Lan Shan didn't rush in, but instead stretched out his right hand and snapped a ringing finger. Snap! The curtain of light enveloping the Shiman continent suddenly exploded and completely disappeared. Above the continent, the Sage Realm powerhouse who was recuperating from his injuries in the Shiman family's ancestral land, Shiman Shenghua, suddenly opened his eyes. He was the first to sense the destruction of the formation. The body instantly disappeared. The entire person rushed up into the sky. He was going to see who dared to break into the Shiman continent in a hard way. Did he really think that the Shiman family had declined after Shiman Fui's death? That anyone could be taken? Did he think that Shiman Shenghua didn't exist? However, when Shiman Fuguei had just rushed out of the place of seclusion, a powerful and frightening pressure descended steeply. It directly pressed him back. Boom! Shiman Shenghua fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. This is? He looked up to the sky, his face full of shock and disbelief. This was the first time Shimen Shanghua had encountered such a breathtakingly powerful aura. This aura already contained divine power. It was definitely not something that could be possessed by the Saint Realm, not even the peak of the Saint King rank. Could it be a half-step godly Ming realm? Or perhaps it was the true godly Ming realm? Being in constant seclusion, he did not know about Lin Dong's great defeat of Blue Feather in saving the Star Void realm. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have already given up everything and fled the Shimen continent. Compared to his own life, nothing else mattered. The Shimen family could be rebuilt when it was gone. If the Shimen continent was gone, he could snatch it back when his strength was restored. Only if one's life was lost, then everything would be lost. When he thought of what he was going to face, it was a powerhouse of at least half a step of the divine Ming realm. Shimen Shanghua felt as if his entire body's strength had been drained. The power of the enemy had caused him to completely lose the will to resist. At this moment, not only Shimen Fugui felt it. All the living beings on the Shimen continent felt this suffocating pressure. All of them fell to their knees and kowtowed to the sky nonstop, trying to use this to ease their physical discomfort, but the result was not of much use. After Lan Shan snapped his fingers, destroying the array formation enveloping the Shimen continent. He then made a sweep of his spiritual power. It then sensed an aura of the Saint Realm. It should be the strongest person on this continent. Then he released his own strong aura belonging to the divine realm to it, and then said loudly, "My time is limited, I'll give you 5 seconds to let someone who can talk come out to see me, or else die." The word death came out. Icy cold killing intent instantly swept across the entire Shimen continent, causing all living beings to feel a chill down their backs. It was as if they would immediately die the next moment. Boundless fear enveloped the Western Gate continent. Chapter 12:13 Excited Shimen Shanghua. When an unfamiliar voice came from the sky, Shimen Shanghua felt the aura pressing down on him loosen. Not caring about anything else. Immediately getting up, he flew into the air. Wasn't the person who could speak on the Shimen continent himself? He was afraid that if he moved a little late, he would make this strange lord angry. As a true saint level, he couldn't even defeat a Saint King level, let alone the other party being a half-step godly Ming realm that possessed divine power, and possibly even a true godly Ming realm. Facing this kind of powerhouse, where would Shimen Shanghua have a single ounce of resistance? In less than 3 seconds, he arrived above the Shimen continent. Seeing a man who merely stood there motionless, he forcefully suppressed the heavens. Too strong. Shimen Shanghua felt that the holy power in his body was almost at the point of stopping leaking and unable to function. It was as if what had just been a turbulent river had turned into a dry, stinking gutter in the next moment. Shimen Shanghua, see your excellency. I didn't know that your excellency had descended and didn't have the time to greet him, so please chastise your excellency. Shimen Shanghua clasped his hands and made a 90-degree bow to Lan Shan. He put his posture very low. You are the master of this continent? Lan Shan looked at Shimen Shanghua and asked. Back to my lord, precisely, my junior Shimen Shanghua is the actual controller of this Shimen continent. Shimen Shanghua replied in a low voice. He was still bowing at 90 degrees and did not dare to get up without permission. Introduce me to this civilization of yours, and by the way, what strong people are there, and who is the strongest? Yes. My lord. Shimen Shanghua organized his words and then began to briefly introduce the 7-star void realm. At the same time, he was thinking in his heart. This lord was indeed the same as what he had guessed, coming from some other more advanced civilization. Suddenly, a light flashed in Shimen Shenghua's eyes. If he could please his lordship and make him accept him as his junior brother, wouldn't he be able to walk horizontally in the Star Void realm in the future? What Lin Dong, what 6 Saint King level powerhouses would all have to bow their noble heads in front of him? If I could get the reward of his excellency. The first thing must be to kill Lin Dong first. Let him know what happens when he offends the Shimen family. There was no way that Shimen Shanghua would let Lin Dong go. When Lin Dong had bullied his way to the door, he had not only killed Shimen Fugui, the other Sage Realm powerhouse of the Shimen family besides him. What's more, he had caused his still unhealed injuries to be very serious. With regards to this matter, Shimen Shanghua had always held a grudge. All day long, he thought about when he would be able to avenge this. Now the opportunity has finally come. The Star Void realm had come to have a strong person with divine power, and it would surely usher in a great change in the sky. One must seize this opportunity. After listening to Shiman Shenghua's simple introduction, Lan Shan frowned slightly. According to what you just said, there are no powerhouses beyond the Saint Realm here? The strongest are the 6 Saint King levels? Your Excellency is joking, the Star Void Realm is only a 7th level civilization, so naturally there are no powerhouses beyond the Saint Realm, but now that you're here, Your Excellency, you're the number 1 powerhouse of the Star Void Realm. Shiman Shenghua complimented. After the Shiman continent activated its formations and implemented a blockade policy, not even a shred of information could be passed in. It could be said that he knew nothing about what had happened in the Star Void Realm during this period of time. Naturally, he did not know about the battle between Lin Dong and Blue Feather. Nor did he know that Lin Dong had now surpassed the Sage Realm and had become a universal idol. It was also coincidental that Lan Shan had chosen the Shiman continent. He knew about Lin Dong saving the Star Void Realm even if he had chosen a random life planet. As a result, he had chosen the Shiman continent. Where do the 6 Saint King levels reside? After pondering for a while, Lan Shan still decided to meet these 6 strongest people of the Star Void Realm first. Since the family head had asked him to come, the direct descendants of the Lan clan must have fallen here. It was just that after all, they had disappeared for a million years, so no one knew exactly what the situation was. The secrets of a civilization. They must all be in the hands of the strongest. My lord, it's your first time in the Star Void Realm and you're unfamiliar with this place. While I've lived in the Star Void Realm since I was a child and am very familiar with this place, so please allow me to lead the way for you and do what I can. Shiman Shenghua suggested in a low voice. In his heart, he was also thinking nervously. Success or failure was at stake. As long as this lord agreed. With the help of his strength beyond the Saint Realm. In the future Star Void Realm. One would be under 1 person and above billions and billions of people. All right. Then you will follow me. First take me to find that so-called 6 Saint King levels, and if you do a good job and satisfy me, in the future, you'll be the spokesperson of my blue clan in this Star Void Realm. Lan Shan agreed. It was indeed much easier for him to have someone to guide him. Moreover, when the Blue Clan came to occupy the Star Void Realm, they would also need the cooperation of the locals. That would save a lot of trouble. As ordered. Thank you, my lord. In the future, I will definitely bow and die for my lord, for the Blue Clan clan. Shiman Shenghua said loudly. At the same time, his entire body prostrated in front of Lan Shan and performed a supreme salute of 5 bodies on the ground to show his loyalty. The excitement was overflowing. To think that he, Shiman Shenghua, was also someone who had a backer. And it was the most powerful backer in the Star Void Realm. From now on, the 6 Saint King levels would have to look at their own faces. Just thinking about Shiman Shenghua made him feel excited. Alright, don't mess with these useless things, first finish the first thing I gave you. Yes, my lord. The 6 Saint King levels of the Star Void Realm represent the 6 major forces of the Star Void Realm, but they also all belong to the same force, which is the Sacred Alliance. Our first stop is to go to the Sacred Alliance, so we can have Xian Yuanshou, the Sacred Alliance Master who is one of the 6 Saint Kings, gather the rest of the 5 people, so that we can make a lot fewer trips. Then go to the Sacred Alliance, lead the way. Lan Shan commanded. As ordered. Shiman Shenghua tore through space and rushed over in the direction of the Sacred Alliance. Lan Shan, on the other hand, followed behind without slowing down. After a while, he felt that this speed was too slow. Going forward, he grabbed Shiman Shenghua. This is too slow for you, you point the direction, I'll lead you to catch up. After saying that, without waiting for Shiman Shenghua to reply, he tore through space. And grabbed him into a higher dimension. Just as Lan Shan and Shiman Shenghua were rushing to the Sacred Alliance. At this moment, the Holy Alliance's headquarters. Alliance Master Xian Yuanshou was discussing important matters with the other 5 Saint King level Vice Alliance Masters. With Lin Dong, a powerhouse beyond the Saint Realm, behind him. No one dared to disobey Xian Yuanshou's words. Even Pang Zhong, who was stronger than him, could only follow the command. During this period of time, Xian Yuanshou frequently called for meetings. The purpose was simple. The matter of the Blue Clan's incoming attack could not be pinned on Lin Dong with all their hopes. They also had to make preparations accordingly. What Pang Zhong and the others had in mind was to take the entire clan to temporarily leave the center of the Star Void Realm and go to the most remote place to hide. Wait for a few hundred to 1,000 years and then come back to see what the situation is like. Of course, this could only be thought about in one's mind, but could not be spoken out. Otherwise, it would definitely be condemned and spat upon. Chapter 12:14 Who are you? 7th level civilization Star Void Realm. Central Divine Continent, Holy Alliance Headquarters. Everyone, 300 years from now, the matter of the Blue Clan's incoming attack, we can't pin all our hopes on Lord Lin, or else in case there's any mishap, it's all over, and we won't have a chance to regret it at all. After Shen Yuanshu finished speaking, he looked at the crowd sitting below without uttering a word and continued to speak. According to the history of the Star Void Realm, when two civilizations meet, without exception, the big one eats the small one, and the strong one eats the weak one. There is no doubt that in the face of the unknown 9th level civilization, we are the small one and the weak one, so if we want to stay alive, we have to work together and tide over the difficult times together. At this time, Pang Zhong suddenly picked up. Alliance Master Shen Yuan, what you said does make sense, but have you ever thought that if even Lord Lin can't withstand the Blue Clan, even if we work together again, is there any hope? With Pang Zhong being the first to speak up. Everyone else jumped in as well. Alliance Master Shen Yuan is right, in the face of the invasion of other civilizations, we should work together to defend ourselves against foreign enemies, but it seems that what Brother Pang said isn't wrong. The Blue Clan is from a 9th level civilization, and if Lord Lin can't do it, do we really have a chance? Yeah. The tactics of a rank 9 civilization are not something that our rank 7 civilization can speculate or understand. I'm afraid that even if we put everything on the line and gamble on the entire Star Void realm, it would still be futile. Don't worry too much everyone, I think Lord Lin should be able to deal with the Blue Clan. After all, he's still so young. He's already surpassed the Sage Realm and reached the height of a half-step god. His future achievements are unlimited. It's anyone's guess. It's not that I don't trust Lord Lin, it's just that the tactics of a level 9 civilization are too intimidating. Of course I do hope that Lord Lin will be able to deal with the Blue Clan and protect the Astral Void Realm. However, the gap between the half-step Divine Ming Realm and the true Divine Ming Realm is still very large. I'm just afraid that if Lord Lin isn't able to advance further during these 300 years, in the end, everyone will have to be finished. Everyone spoke one by one, and most of them were pessimistic about the arrival of the Lan clan in 300 years. Lin Dong's talent was indeed frighteningly strong. Given enough time, he believed that he could definitely become a true godly Ming realm powerhouse. But 300 years was really too short. It would pass by in a flash. Even though Lin Dong's progress in front of him had been rapid, no one felt that he would be able to break through and become a true Divine Brightness realm powerhouse within a short period of 300 years. If the Divine Brightness realm was really that easy to break through, the Star Void realm wouldn't even have a single Divine Brightness realm until now. Shen Yuanshu did not stop everyone from discussing. He waited until they had all said pretty much the same thing before he opened his mouth. I understand what you all have said. This time I've summoned everyone here to discuss a way to deal with the situation. What should we do in case Lord Lin is no match for the Blue Clan? Everyone, feel free to put forward any opinions you have. As soon as Shen Yuanshu's words fell, Pang Zhong's voice immediately rang out. Alliance Master Shen Yuan, I have a proposal. You say it. We should still prepare for both. It's best if Lord Lin can hold off the Blue Clan. If he can't, we can't leave no way back at all. Then how do you think we should leave our back way? Shen Yuanshu asked. Concentrate the most promising first families of all the major powers and send them to the most remote places in the Star Void realm. At that time, even if Lord Lin can't hold back, all of us will still be able to keep a hope and not break our roots. Pang Zhong's words were supported by the vast majority of the people present, and someone immediately chimed in. Brother Pang is right. In case no one can really stop the invasion of the Lan clan, we have to keep a hope for ourselves, don't we? I agree with this proposal. I also agree. Shen Yuanshu did not make a sound for the time being. It was considering what Pang Zhong's words actually meant. If he really just wanted to keep a little hope for the major powers, this was not a bad suggestion. But what if Pang Zhong had ulterior motives? From Shen Yuanshu's understanding of Pang Zhong, he was an egoist. He was an egoist, and it was unlikely that he would die generously for the Star Void realm. He would definitely find a way to get himself out. What Shen Yuanshu was worried about was, would Pang Zhong transfer the Pang clan's elites away first, and in the end, he himself would be unattached and could leave quietly at any time? This possibility was very high. The combat prowess of a peak Saint King level powerhouse should never allow him to escape from the battlefield. As for the others, it was estimated that they also had such thoughts. I can't make the call on this, I still have to ask Lord Lin for his opinion, after all, he's the one with the most say in the Star Void realm. In the end, Xian Yuanshu still did not agree on the spot, saying that he would go and ask Lin Dong. In fact, he knew it was impossible for Lin Dong to pay attention to such a trivial matter. Borrowing Lin Dong's name, it was also to seal everyone's mouth. That Shen Yuan Alliance Master, there is no need to bother Lord Lin with this small matter. He is also grasping for time for closed-door cultivation nowadays, so if we cannot help, we cannot add to the chaos either, can we? Since Lord Lin has given the affairs of the Star Void realm to you to handle, then you have the right to decide everything. Pang Zhong said as if nothing had happened on his face. In his heart, he was already cursing. How could he not understand Xian Yuanshu's intention? It was nothing more than trying to use Lin Dong to pressurize himself. I also feel that there is no need to inform Lord Lin, he is scrambling to cultivate while we are causing trouble for him, isn't it too unintelligent? Jiang Taiyin of the Jiang clan, one of the 6 Saint Kings, stood out. The remaining 4 Saint King level powerhouses all favored Pang Zhong's words. The elites should be transferred. But don't tell Lin Dong. The continuation of the great clans was at stake. It would not do for them not to contribute. Alas! You guys have some unawareness. Although Lord Lin has handed over the affairs of the Star Void realm to me, he has also said that if the Star Void realm makes any major decisions, he must be notified. I wouldn't dare to go against Lord Lin's words, and if any of you dares to do so, in the event that Lord Lin asks about it in the future, you will take the responsibility. How? The moment Xian Yuanshu said this, no one continued to pick up the conversation. Just kidding. Lin Dong, a half-step godly Ming realm powerhouse, had given his word. Who would dare to violate them? Wasn't this an act of seeking death? Although they all felt that the authenticity of Xian Yuanshu's words was open to question. However, no one dared to risk offending Lin Dong to gamble. Once the bet was lost, would they still want to continue mixing in the Star Void realm in the future? No one made a sound. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Xian Yuanshu was about to speak. What's going on? What's going on? Why were there 2 more people at the scene? One was sitting in a vacant seat with his feet resting on the conference table, while the other was standing behind him. Xian Yuanshu thought he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he made sure he hadn't misread. His face instantly grimaced. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Pang Zhong and the others heard the voice and followed Xian Yuanshu's gaze as they turned around. A stranger appeared in their eyes sitting somewhere. The one standing behind him was still somewhat familiar. Everyone's hearts were immediately startled. Who was this person? When did he come? Why hadn't they all realized it? Chapter 12:15, A Sound of Thunder on a Flat Earth. Lan Shan followed Shiman Shenghua's lead and soon arrived at the Holy League's headquarters on the central divine continent. Their arrival did not attract anyone's attention. There were several Saint King-level powerhouses, including Xian Yuanshu and Pang Zhong. After all, the divine Ming realm was far too powerful compared to the Saint realm. Upon arriving at the Sacred Alliance's headquarters, a sweep of Lan's spiritual power revealed 6 powerful auras. It must be the 6 Saint King-level powerhouses of the Star Void realm, as Shiman Shenghua had said. Lan Shan revealed a hint of a smile. It seemed that he had been lucky. The 6 Saint King levels were surprisingly all present. It saved him a lot of time. Taking Shiman Shenghua with him, he entered the place where Xian Yuanshu and the others were meeting. It wasn't until he sat on a free chair that he was seen by Xian Yuanshu. It was evident how big the gap between the Sage realm and the Divine Ming realm was. If Lan Shan wanted to make a move against a few people from Xian Yuanshu, it would basically be a second death. There wouldn't be any other circumstances that would arise. You guys keep chatting, I'll just come over and casually listen, it won't affect you guys. Lan Shan said as the corners of his mouth rose, evoking a smile. Who the hell are you? How did you get in? Xian Yuanshu asked in a deep voice. Of course he knew that this person was not simple. To be able to pass so silently in front of the eyes of the 6 Saint King level powerhouses of the Star Void realm. Would it be something that an ordinary person could do? But even if Xian Yuanshu thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. When did the Starry Void realm produce such a character? Either he was like Lin Dong, who possessed strength beyond the Saint King level. Either that or he had some sort of special skill that could hide his own aura. Shen Yuanshou preferred this person to be the latter type. You will know who I am later. Right now I just want to listen to you guys continue talking about what you just talked about. Lan Shan replied. It was obvious that he was very interested in the topic that the several Saint King levels had just chatted about. Because there were two key names in the topic that appealed to him. The Blue Clan. Wasn't that his own clan? There was also Lord Lin. Those who could be called Lord by several Saint King level powerhouses were at least at the half-step Godmind realm. It seemed that Shiman Shanghua didn't know the entirety of the Star Void realm either. That was normal. Shiman Shanghua hadn't reached that level of strength. Naturally, he couldn't learn the top secrets of the Star Void realm. Shen Yuanshou did not get the answer he wanted. Then he landed his gaze on the person behind the other party. He had just felt that this person looked rather familiar. There were only so many Saint realms in the Star Void realm. Although there were some that were in seclusion all year round. However, as the Sacred Alliance League leader, Shen Yuanshou didn't say that he knew all of them. At least he knew more than half of them. The person in front of him was very familiar to him. After a little recollection, Shen Yuanshou remembered the identity of this person. There weren't many saints in the Star Void realm. Those who could reach the true saint level were even fewer. Shiman Shanghua was one of the oldest true saint level powerhouses in the Star Void realm. You are Shiman Shanghua, the old ancestor of the Shiman clan, right? Please explain to me what's going on here. Shen Yuanshou looked at Shiman Shanghua and asked. The other 5 Saint King powerhouses all landed their gazes on Shiman Shanghua, waiting for his explanation. However, Shiman Shanghua remained silent. He had now made up his mind to follow Lan Shan, so how would he give a damn about Shen Yuanshou, the Sacred Alliance Lord? The scene was silent for a while. Lan Shan once again opened his mouth to threaten. I'm saying it again, continue what you guys were talking about earlier. Only this threat was completely useless to Shen Yuanshou and the others. The most important thing right now was to figure out the identity of the person in front of them, so how could they possibly be in the mood to continue chatting? Please tell us your identity, as well as the purpose of coming here. Otherwise don't blame us for making a move to invite you out. Shen Yuanshou said again. Just with you guys you want to invite me out? Lan Shan sneered. He didn't put the several Saint King level powerhouses of the Star Void realm in his eyes in the slightest. He was just about to strike to teach them a profound lesson. Suddenly the words changed. Since you guys want to know my identity so badly, there's no harm in telling you, but you have to answer me one question. You say it. What you guys just talked about is the blue plan of the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain, right? Lan Shan asked. Shen Yuanshou didn't know how the other party knew about the blue plan, but still answered honestly, yes. Got the answer. Lan Shan once again revealed a teasing smile. The foot that was just on the table was also drawn back. Standing up and organizing the clothes on his body, he solemnly said. Then all of you listen carefully. This seat Lan Shan, 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain Blue Clan, received the order of the family head, came to Star Void realm to investigate the reason for the death of Blue Feather, the first-line son of Blue Clan who disappeared 1,000,000 years ago. You'd better obediently cooperate with me to make things clear, to find the murderer, and then to submit to my Blue Clan, or else. Not only are you going to die. Along with your status clan, there will also be the complete destruction of this tiny 7th level civilization. After saying that, ignoring the shocked expressions on the faces of Shen Yuanshou and the others, the aura belonging to the divine Ming realm was released. The entire room was instantly filled with a despairing aura. Lan Shan's words were like a thunderclap from the flat earth. The minds of Shen Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the other 6 Saint King level powerhouses of the Star Void realm were stunned. At the same time, there were even more monstrous waves in their hearts. Lan Shan, a direct descendant of the Lan clan? Feeling his divine power that was even more terrifying than Lin Dong's. It made the holy power in his body almost difficult to even operate. It must be a true godly Ming realm powerhouse without a doubt. It was impossible for the Star Void realm to have such a strong person. So his words were true? What could be done about this? Everyone panicked. The Blue Clan had arrived at the Astral Void Realm 299 years in advance. Faced with a true godly Ming realm powerhouse, what could they resist with? Just now, they were still deliberating that they could not just place all their hopes on Lin Dong. There was no need for that now. There was another problem. Hadn't Lin Dong said that the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain was far from the Star Void Realm, and that it would take the Blue Clan 300 years to reach the Star Void Realm? Why was it only a year ago that the clan of the Blue Clan had arrived? What had gone wrong in the middle? Did Lin Dong lie in order to stabilize everyone, or did he misestimate the speed of the Divine Brightness realm powerhouses? Even if it was a wrong estimation, it would not be such a huge difference, right? Between 1 year and 300 years, there was a difference of 300 times. Some of them already felt that Lin Dong was deliberately deceiving everyone. The purpose was to stabilize the forces of the Star Void Realm, and then he himself could quietly escape. Perhaps by now, Lin Dong had already left the Star Void Realm and found a remote corner to hide in. It was impossible for the strongest members of the Blue Clan to stay in the Star Void Realm all the time. As long as they left Lin Dong's strength of half-step godly Ming realm, it was still possible to live in style. There was even a moment when even Xian Yuanshou thought so. But then it was overturned. Xian Yuanshou had come into contact with Lin Dong as a person. Based on his accumulated experience after living for so many years, he judged that Lin Dong did not look like the kind of villain who would harm others and benefit himself. If it was in the shoes of an egoist like Pang Zhong, he would definitely do so without hesitation. Lin Dong's words. Xian Yuanshou always felt unlikely in his heart. Chapter 12:16 Abolishing One Person. I don't want to waste time here. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider whether to submit to my Blue Clan and reveal everything you know, or to follow the so-called Lord Lin in your mouth and continue to stubbornly resist. Lan Shan suddenly stopped when he said this. Glancing at the 6 Saint Kings who were still in extreme shock and hadn't yet regained their senses. Contemptuously, he laughed. As expected, they were from a small place. The moment they heard their identity, they were scared like this. It seems that what's his name, Lord Lin, can't be that strong. He must have gotten some sort of miraculous encounter that allowed him to break through to the half-step Divine Ming realm by fluke. Although it surpassed the Sage realm and took a small half-step towards the Divine Ming realm. In the end, it still wasn't considered a true Godmind realm. Divine power was also far inferior to Divine Ming realm powerhouses. Occasionally, half-step Divine Ming realm powerhouses would appear in some of the powerful 7th-level civilizations in the universe. However, there would never be a true Divine Mastery realm. Because once there was a godly Ming realm, then it wouldn't be a level 7 civilization anymore, it would be a level 8 civilization. So Lan Shan wasn't worried at all that the Star Void realm would have a Divine Brightness realm with similar strength to his own, and after waiting for a few seconds, he continued. You guys have to think clearly, one wrong step and the entire Star Void realm will suffer along with you. If my guess is right, that Lord Lin should be a half-step Divine Brightness realm. This kind of strength is no different from a mole cricket in front of my Lan clan. I can gently crush him with one hand. You only have one chance to choose. If you still don't come to your senses, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying these words, Lan Shan waited quietly. He believed that under the pressure of his absolute strength, these guys would make the right choice. No one was not afraid of death. Not to mention that at the Saint King level, they would value their lives more than anyone else. By not striking directly, Lan Shan also had his own considerations, leaving everyone with a little hope of survival. Only then could they get the news they wanted. The effect of striking out to suppress might not be as good. Time passed by second by second. The crowd that came back to their senses looked at me and I looked at you, all of them couldn't make up their minds. Waiting felt like 10 seconds were about to arrive. It was finally too much to bear. The first one to speak out was Pang Zhong. As a peak Saint King level powerhouse, if he advanced just half a step further, he would be able to surpass the Saint realm and reach the half-step godly Ming realm just like Lin Dong, with a bright future ahead of him. Moreover, who could guarantee that he would not be able to become a true godly Ming realm powerhouse in the future and be on par with this Lord Lan Shan in front of him? At that time, would anyone dare to look down on Pang Zhong? Lord Blue Mountain, Pang Zhong is willing to lead the Pang clan to submit to the Blue Clan, serve the Blue Clan as the master, and follow your orders. I only hope that you can give my Pang clan a way out. With the first person to step forward and lead, the others were unburdened. Jiang Taiyin is willing to lead the Jiang clan to submit to the Blue clan. Ji Wuming is willing to lead the Ji clan to submit to the Blue clan. Weiyang is willing to lead the famous Sword Villa to submit to the Blue clan. Ji Fanhua is willing to lead the Everlasting Island to submit to the Blue clan. Of the 6 Saint King level powerhouses in the Star Void realm, 5 had already bowed their heads to Lan Shan. Facing a divine realm, they had to choose like this. To put it nicely, it was submission, but in reality, it was being a slave of the Blue clan. But what could be done about it? Being a slave was better than being dead. Now there was only one person left, Shen Yuanshou, who had yet to take a stand. Looking at the people who had submitted to Blue Mountain, Shen Yuanshou was helpless in his heart. Of course he understood. After all, the other party was a true divine realm powerhouse. Although Lin Dong was already at the half-step divine Ming realm, he still did not have any chance of winning against Blue Mountain. He could not even pose a single threat to Blue Mountain. It was just like what Lan Shan had said. He could crush Lin Dong with one hand. This was not boasting, but could really do it. Lan Shan turned his cold gaze towards Shen Yuanshou, who had not said anything. Shen Yuanshou only felt a steep increase in the pressure on his body and just wanted to open his mouth to speak. His body was struck by a force that made him unable to resist. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The body instantly flew towards the back and crashed on top of the wall. Boom! Shen Yuanshou then went limp on the ground. The invasion of divine power had caused him to completely lose his fighting strength. Trying to struggle to stand up, he was never able to do so. Slightly raising his head to look at Lan Shan, who stood there without any movement, Shen Yuanshou's eyes were filled with shock. For the first time, he had truly seen the power of the divine realm. Indeed, it wasn't something that could be compared to the Sage realm. The two sides could not be compared together at all. He hadn't even been able to see Lan Shan's movements before he had already lost his ability to fight. It was complete and utter crushing. Even if Pang Zhong and the others didn't bow down and the 6 Saint Kings of the Star Void realm joined forces, it would still be pointless. The battle happened in a flash of lightning. By the time the others reacted, Shen Yuanshou had already been wasted. One by one, they stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Could this be the strength of a divine realm powerhouse? In just a short moment, it made a late Saint King level lose his fighting strength. It was truly as terrifying as this. It was fortunate that they had taken a stand in advance. Otherwise, they would be the ones lying on the ground now, wasted. Pang Zhong looked at Shen Yuanshou, who wanted to pinch himself to stand up but was unable to do so, and was surprisingly a little happy in his heart. Aren't you a bully? Aren't you Lin Dong's spokesperson? Let Lin Dong come to your rescue. I'm afraid that brat still doesn't know which corner of the Star Void realm he is hiding in. It's just a half-step divine realm. How can he be compared to Lord Blue Mountain? Lan Shan's direct action also had the intention of establishing authority. In reality, he only needed someone who knew all the secrets of the Star Void realm to stay. The rest could all go to hell. They were all going to die in the end anyway. The Star Void realm looked pretty good from what I could see so far. There should be quite a few resources. It was worthwhile for the Blue Clan to send someone to occupy it. When the time comes, all the indigenous saint realms here should be cleared out. The Star Void realm must never be allowed to have the slightest bit of resistance. There were no threats below the saint realm that could be capped. Pang Zhong didn't know what was in Lan Shan's mind yet. Otherwise, he would not be happy in his heart. He still thought that he could have a chance to become a true divine realm in the future by following the Blue Clan. Little did he know that Lan Shan had no intention of letting them go. Keeping them now was only to learn all the secrets of the Star Void realm from their mouths. Everyone else has declared their allegiance to my Blue Clan, why don't you say anything? Do you want to lead the Star Void realm in rebellion to the end? Or do you look down on my Blue Clan and think that your Lord Lin is a bit more powerful? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Lan Shan asked as he looked at Shen Yuanshou, who was lying on the ground. Shen Yuanshou did not answer and continued to struggle. After his tireless efforts, he finally sat up and leaned against the wall behind him. The impact did not cause any damage to him. What really caused Shen Yuanshou to lose his fighting ability was the invasion of Lan Shan's divine power, which led to the destruction of his body. Holy power versus divine power. It was like a 3-year-old child meeting an adult. Not to mention winning, you wouldn't even be able to run away. Chapter 12:17. Outrageous. Xian Yuanshou, who sat up straight, smiled. A large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth once again. The divine power was still wreaking havoc within him. If he didn't find a way to eliminate Lan Shan's divine power, it wouldn't be long before his holy body wouldn't be able to support it. At that time, this Sacred Union Alliance Lord, who had been overrunning the Star Void Realm for so many years, would pass away completely. For the Star Void Realm, losing such a Saint King level powerhouse who was dedicated to guarding the Star Void Realm, it would definitely be a great loss. Lan Shan, you want me to submit to you? That's impossible, because I know that even if I did that, it would be impossible to stay alive. You know better than I do how valuable such a 7th level civilization as the Star Void Realm is. In the future, the Blue Clan will inevitably send someone to take charge of this place. When that time comes, all of us at the Saint King level will have to die. We'll only be living a little bit longer, there's no need for that, and anyway, I've lived long. Enough. Shen Yuanshou said in one word what Lan Shan had in mind. As the actual controller of the Star Void Realm, the Sacred Alliance League leader, he knew a lot of secrets and had studied a great deal of historical documents, knowing how tragic a collision between civilizations would be. The losing side, even if they surrendered, the threatening battle force, as usual, would not be able to survive a single one of them. This was a policy that the winning civilization would implement in order to eliminate hidden dangers. It wasn't just the Saint King level that wouldn't survive. Even powerhouses above the pseudo-saint level would not be able to escape death. The moment these words came out, although Pang Zhong and a few other Saint King levels remained calm on their faces, their hearts were startled. If what Xian Yuanshou said was true, then wouldn't they also be purged by the Lan clan? You know quite a lot, but you have underestimated my Blue Clan. There are quite a few level 8 civilizations under our control. A small level 7 civilization is just something that my Blue Clan does not place in our eyes. But since you want to die so badly, then I will make it happen for you. Lan Shan said indifferently. His words were of course bragging. The Blue Clan wasn't as powerful as he said, capable of controlling multiple 8th level civilizations. The purpose of saying this was to comfort the 5 Saint Kings who had just defected to the Blue Clan. If even they fought to the death like Xian Yuanshou, where would one go to learn the secrets of the Star Void Realm? Where would one go to find that Lord Lin? The other Saint Realms didn't understand the secrets of the Astral Void Realm at all. For example, Shimen Shenghua, a true Saint Realm, didn't know. That was why it was still necessary to keep them for now. Come on. From the time when Lan Yu died and Lord Lin said that he failed to stop him from passing the signal, I expected that there would be today. I just didn't expect it to come so fast, but it's a pity that the time is too short, otherwise your Lan clan might not be able to occupy this place with ease, alas. It seems that the heavens are going to die for me in the Star Void Realm. Xian Yuanshou sighed. The Star Void Realm had produced a super genius like Lin Dong. It should have been an opportunity for the Star Void Realm to rise. Unexpectedly, the heavens did not give this time. If Lin Dong had been given a few more centuries or even thousands of years, he would have definitely been able to go even further and lead the Starry Void Realm to rise into an 8th level civilization. Unfortunately, only a year had passed since the death of Blue Feather. It was impossible for Lin Dong to break through to the godly Ming realm so quickly. It was only hoped that Lin Dong could escape, leaving a little hope for the Starry Void Realm. Otherwise, the Starry Void Realm would forever be reduced to a slave of the Lan clan, being taken at their mercy. Actually, I do not want to create killings, but since you are bent on death, it is not my fault. Lan Shan said, and then he was going to make a move to finish off Xian Yuanshou. This old man knew too much. There was no benefit to staying and it would incite others. Just as Lan Shan was about to strike, he was suddenly stopped by a voice. Lord Lan Shan, wait. The one who spoke was Pang Zhong, one of the 6 Saint Kings. What? Are you going to save him? Or are you prepared to follow him to a generous death? Achieve a lifetime of fame? Lan Shan asked with a gloomy face. In his heart, did this old man's words just now play a role? If I had known that the first time I struck out, I should have directly seconded him. Not give him any chance to speak. It wouldn't have resulted in this current situation. Several other Saint Kings cast curious gazes. How could Pang Zhong, this selfish and ambitious fellow, save Xian Yuanshou? The two had never been on good terms. He should have wished for Xian Yuanshou to die earlier. Even the person in question, Xian Yuanshou, was a bit confused. With his understanding of Pang Zhong, it was impossible for the other party to save himself. It was almost as if he couldn't wait for his own death. Pang Zhong naturally wouldn't save Xian Yuanshou, he had his own purpose in stopping Lan Shan. Seeing that Lan Shan's face did not look too good, he hurriedly explained, Lord Lan Shan has misunderstood, I don't have this intention, it's just that Xian Yuanshou can't die right now. Give a reason. If it doesn't satisfy me, then you'll die with him. Lord Blue Mountain, right now, only Xian Yuanshou knows Lin Dong's exact location. If you kill him, it will be difficult to find Lin Dong. Lin Dong is a half-step divine realm and is very young. In the future, there is a high possibility that he will break through to the true divine realm. In case he escapes, he will definitely be a scourge in the future. Pang Zhong. You traitor, you bastard. Xian Yuanshou loudly chided. Hearing this, Lan Shan's face instantly changed back and asked, so you guys don't know Lin Dong's location either? Back to my lord, we are not familiar with Lin Dong, he always goes directly to Xian Yuanshou when he has something to do, and does not pay any attention to us at all. Then what about his family? What about the forces he is in? My lord, it is as if Lin Dong appeared out of thin air, no one knows about his family. Before he appeared, the strongest in the Star Void realm were only our 6 Saint Kings. Then, my Lan clan's direct clan member, Lan Yu, died at his hands, right? Yes. Not only does Lin Dong have the strength of a half-step godly Ming realm, he also has a magical secret technique that allows him to summon 3 equally weak doppelgangers, which can be considered as defensible, and Lord Bluefeather died under this move due to his carelessness. Pang Zhong directly told all the secrets he knew. In order to please Blue Mountain. He could be said to have tried everything. It didn't matter if what Xian Yuanshou said was true or not. It also did not matter how exactly he would end up in the future, he would first pit the two guys, Xian Yuanshou and Lin Dong, to death. Pang Zhong. You bastard, do you know what you are doing? You are killing the hope of the Star Void realm. I will kill you. I will kill you. Xian Yuanshou shouted. There was no sign of Lan Shan making any moves. Just a single look passed by, and Xian Yuanshou suddenly covered his neck and couldn't speak, his eyes staring deathly at Pang Zhong. A secret art that can summon 3 doppelgangers? That's a bit interesting. Lan Shan nodded. Immediately afterward, he asked, but according to this old man's temper, can we ask about Lin Dong's whereabouts without killing him? Your Excellency has no idea, the Xian Yuan family has always taken it as their duty to guard the Star Void realm. As long as Your Excellency threatens him with the safety of all living beings in the Star Void realm, he will definitely talk, and if he doesn't, he will exterminate 100 living planets a day. Let's see how long he can hold out for? Pang Zhong said with a pandering smile. Several other Saint Kings cast inexplicable gazes at Pang Zhong. Threatening Xian Yuanshou with the safety of the Star Void realm despite its living beings? That was a good move, but wasn't it a little too vicious? Only someone like Pang Zhong could think of it, right? Xian Yuanshou's bloodshot eyes stared at Pang Zhong, itching to kill him immediately. However, Pang Zhong did not care at all. So that's how it is, with a weakness that's much better. Lan Shan finished looking at Xian Yuanshou. Old man, listen to this seat, tell us the whereabouts of Lin Dong, or else I will exterminate 10,000 living planets in the Star Void realm in one day. Chapter 1218, Blackmail. Destroying 10,000 life planets in a day. These words made Pang Zhong, a ruthless person, feel a shock in his heart. Not to mention the others. They had traveled all the way to this point and achieved Saint King level power. Which one of them didn't have blood on their hands and white bones under their feet? But even so, hearing Lan Shan say that he would destroy 10,000 living planets in a day, he felt chills run down his body. One must realize that an ordinary life planet had tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of living beings living on it. Large life planets were even more. There were more than trillions. 10,000 life planets, how many living beings did they add up to? Countless. Even Star Void Realm, a 7th level civilization, couldn't stand up to Lan Shan tossing it around like this. If Xian Yuanshou really insisted on not revealing Lin Dong's whereabouts, it wouldn't be long before the Starry Void Realm would be completely destroyed by Blue Mountain. It was only at this time that Blue Mountain revealed his nature and his disregard for life. Perhaps in his view, the people of the Star Void Realm were nothing more than a bunch of ants. Even if they were all killed, it wouldn't affect or burden him in the slightest. Just like a person destroying an ant nest, would they feel uneasy and guilty because of it? It wouldn't. As a godly Ming realm powerhouse of the Lan clan, a 9th level civilization, it was normal to destroy a civilization for the sake of a first family member. Things like this were a common occurrence in the Spirit Lan domain. Those great powers living in the Spirit Lan domain were all self-consciously superior, completely disregarding civilizations below the 9th level. Anyone who dared to offend them would be completely destroyed. Lord Lan Shan, isn't exterminating 10,000 living planets in a day too much? Ji Wuming asked cautiously. Too much? Then do it in a different way. Blue Mountain replied back. Just when everyone thought that he also felt bad and was about to change his mind. Unexpectedly, Blue Mountain continued. Old man, if you don't reveal Lin Dong's whereabouts, I will exterminate 10,000 life planets in the Star Void realm on the first day, 20,000 on the second day, and so on, rising by 10,000 for each additional day, and if you keep on keeping quiet, then until the Star Void realm is completely destroyed, I'd like to see which one of the two of us consumes the other? After saying that, he looked at Xian Yuanshu with a smile on his face. As for the other few people, they were completely out of Lan Shan's sight. Want to kill at any time can be. Lord Blue Mountain. Ji Wuming just shouted out a name. Poof. Bang. A mouthful of blood gushed out. The body had been sent flying out, following in the footsteps of Xian Yuanshu. Seeing this scene, everyone else didn't dare to speak, fearing that they would become Lan Shan's next target. I gave you face, didn't I? Since you are subservient to my blue clan, you have to have the appearance of being a subordinate, a slave. When the master speaks, where is the part for you beasts to interrupt? Do you really think I don't have a temper? Lan Shan looked at Ji Wuming, who was spitting blood from his mouth and was full of panic, and said expressionlessly. Great. Lord, I am wrong. I will never dare again. Ji Wuming struggled and replied with a trembling voice. His strength was only at the middle stage of the Saint King level, one step behind even Xian Yuanshu. Xian Yuanshu, a late Saint King level, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lan Shan, so he was even worse. Knowing it's wrong now? It's too late. In your next life, remember to be obedient as a dog and don't go against your master. As soon as Lan Shan's words fell, Ji Wuming started howling in pain. Then, boom. The entire person turned into ashes with a loud bang and disappeared. Not only did the physical body disappear, but even the soul was extinguished along with it. Pang Zhong and the others looked at this scene in horror, their bodies falling like ice. A Saint King level powerhouse who was alive just a moment ago died just like that. Of the 6 Saint King level powerhouses in the Star Void realm, even if some of them did not deal with each other, they had after all been friends for many years. The death of one still had a great touch on the others. It made them understand. Even at the Saint King level, life was still so fragile. Lan Shan killing Ji Wuming was to give the crowd a shock. At the same time, letting this old man, Xian Yuanshu, know that if he angered himself, he would really kill an ant like the Saint King level. They could be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. After resolving Ji Wuming, Lan Shan looked at Xian Yuanshu as if nothing had happened. Sacred Alliance Master Xian Yuanshu, right? I can tell from your name that you want to guard this Star Void realm very much. Since that is the case, then immediately reveal Lin Dong's whereabouts. He dared to kill a direct descendant of my blue clan, so he should pay for it, or at least allow me to go back and have an explanation with my family head, no? Otherwise, if I don't fare well, none of you will want to fare well, don't you think that's true? Lan Shan finished his words. Xian Yuanshu suddenly realized that he could speak again. He looked at Lan Shan, his heart was desolate. This person was a divine brightness realm powerhouse. The strength was truly too powerful. Even if he gathered all the power of the Star Void realm, it would be impossible to cause even a single harm to him. What should be done now? Was it to sacrifice Lin Dong and save the Star Void realm? Or to save Lin Dong and sacrifice the Starry Void realm to leave a little hope for everyone? But who could guarantee that Blue Mountain would spare the Starry Void realm once he knew what would happen to Lin Dong? If he insisted on not saying anything. With Lan Shan's character, he would definitely make good on his words and exterminate 10,000 living planets a day, and in the end, it would be just as likely to alert Lin Dong, who was in seclusion in the 7-colored continent. When he was forced out at that time, wouldn't the living beings on those destroyed planets be sacrificed again for nothing? Xian Yuanshu was torn, not knowing what to choose. Old man, Don't be so grating, say it or not, why don't you give a word? If you really don't say it, I can't do anything about it. I can only start with this continent under my feet, give you a minute to think about it. After a minute, I'll destroy the continent under my feet first, and this is just the beginning. Today is the first day, 10,000 living planets are waiting for me. Lan Shan's words were calm, but revealed a chilling aura. Killing someone was perhaps simpler to him than stepping on an ant while walking. Even Shiman Shanghua, at this moment, was somewhat skeptical if he had made the right choice. Would following this temperamental master anymore really have a good outcome? Maybe if he displeased Lan Shan at some point, Ji Wuling would be his own downfall. However, after listening to the conversation of a few people, Shiman Shanghua was even more determined in his decision. The Lin Dong that they were talking about, wasn't he the kid who had come to the Shiman continent not long ago to kill Shiman Fugue and had an undying grudge against the Shiman family? Now, he was actually at the half-step godly Ning realm? If you want to seek revenge on him, you can only follow Lord Blue Mountain. One must see him die in front of him. Time passed by second by second. 1 minute was quickly approaching. Blue Mountain's face also became increasingly ugly. Just as he was about to destroy this continent under his feet first, Xian Yuanshou spoke. Chapter 1219, Traveling to the Seven-Colored Continent. Lan Shan, I cannot be sure if you will spare the Star Void realm when you know what will happen to Lin Dong. You must give me a promise or I will not say anything. With Lin Dong's talent, give him enough time and he will definitely become a Divine Brightness realm powerhouse in the future. When that time comes, your Lan clan will also have a headache. After saying this, Xian Yuanshou silently sighed in his heart. In today's situation, one could only apologize to Lin Dong with the greater good in mind. Otherwise, countless living beings in the Star Void realm would be buried in the hands of Lan Shan. As the Sacred Alliance League leader, Xian Yuanshou could not stand by and watch this happen. If it was merely his own life, he would never say anything. But Lan Shan was holding the entire Star Void realm's countless living beings hostage. He really couldn't just sit back and watch. You're making conditions with me? Still threatening my Lan clan? Ha ha. Old man, are you serious? Even if Lin Dong breaks through to the godly Ning realm, so what? A mere void god level, would my blue clan put it in their eyes? You are really not naive. Lan Shan laughed out loud as he said that. The blue clan had stood in the spirit Lan domain for many years. Although it wasn't considered a top-tier superpower, it wasn't weak either. A void god level really didn't pose any threat. It could easily be destroyed. However, the prerequisite was to be able to find someone. Lin Dong's talent is very strong, don't believe me, just ask these people around you. People with this kind of talent are not fools. He won't look for your blue clan head on and fight for his life with you guys. He will only hide in the shadows, like a poisonous snake, keeping an eye on you all the time. Cough cough. Xian Yuanshou said here, couldn't help but cough violently a few times, then continued. The blue clan is so big, the clansmen will surely go out often, being stared at by a lone divine Ning realm. Even if you can't break your bones, in any case, it won't be too good. When the time comes, it can all be the responsibility of you, Lan Shan. It's the hidden dangers left behind because you didn't deal with them well. After saying that, Xian Yuanshou breathed heavily, strongly enduring the violent turning of the rivers in his body. The divine power was still continuing to destroy his body. Lan Shan did not say anything. He looked at Xian Yuanshou as if he was pondering the other party's words. Frankly speaking, what Xian Yuanshou said was not unreasonable. The Lan clan was definitely not afraid of Lin Dong. It was the same even if he had broken through to the Divine Brightness realm. However, if they really let Lin Dong get away, it would indeed not be easy to explain back. It would also be a nuisance in the future. As the saying goes, the barefoot is not afraid of the shoe wearer. The homeland had been completely destroyed. Lin Dong would definitely try to do everything he could to take revenge on the Blue Clan. Hiding in the shadows and sneaking up on the direct descendants of the clan who had gone out to practice was not really easy to deal with. It was also his own fault. Therefore, Lin Dong absolutely could not let go. Very well. Old man, you have moved me. I promise you that as long as you tell me Lin Dong's whereabouts, help me find him, and are able to go back and explain to the family head, I will not move the Star Void realm again. Lan Shan casually replied. Just how much truth there was in those words was unknown. Xian Yuanshou did not dare to ask for anything more. Once he really angered Lan Shan. Not only would Lin Dong not be able to escape, the Star Void realm would also suffer with him. Let's hope that this fellow keeps his promise. After all, he was a godly Ming realm powerhouse. One could not speak as if he was farting. Lan Shan, our Star Void realm is weak and there is no way we can demand anything from you, but as a Divine Brightness realm powerhouse, I hope you can keep your word. That's natural. I, Lan Shan, speak my mind and what I say, I will definitely do. Good. Since this is the case, then you take back your divine power. I will take you to Lin Dong. He should be in seclusion right now in order to break through even further and break through to the Divine Brightness realm. Xian Yuanshou said, then revealed a pained expression. The feeling of divine power wreaking havoc in his body was just too painful. One's own holy power was powerless to resist in front of it. Nor did he see Lan Shan make a move. Xian Yuanshou then felt the divine power disappear from his body. After carefully inspecting it, he realized that his holy body had been damaged beyond recognition. If it continued any longer, I'm afraid it wouldn't last much longer. Although the divine power was gone now, but it left behind 1,000 holes. It was like a city in ruins after a war. It was a good thing that the repairing ability of the holy body wasn't weak. Without the hindrance of the divine power, one could at least feel that it was slowly getting better. Alright, let's go. Blue Mountain said indifferently. It'll have to wait a little longer. My body is in a terrible state right now. It's been destroyed by your divine power and I'm simply not capable of hurrying. Xian Yuanshou showed a bitter smile on his face. Lan Shan frowned. He knew that Xian Yuanshou wasn't lying. The destructive power of his own divine power was far beyond what a mere saint body could withstand. But he had to wait. How long would he have to wait? Unable to do anything else, Lan Shan had no choice but to use the Blue Clan's natural skill. His right hand stretched out, blue light converging on it. With a wave of his hand, a ball of blue light came out of his hand and landed on Xian Yuanshou, surrounding him. Wrapped in blue light. Xian Yuanshou only felt that his body was warm, like he was being irradiated by warm sunlight. It was very comfortable and enjoyable. After a few minutes, the blue light disappeared, and Xian Yuanshou's body, which had been damaged by the divine power, was 80% better. This made him have to sigh in admiration. The Blue Clan was worthy of being a power of a 9th-level civilization. With this handful of secret techniques, it left the Star Void realm in the dust. When a person from the Star Void realm was injured, if it wasn't serious, they would wait for their holy body to slowly and automatically repair itself. If it was serious, then they could only take various heavenly materials and treasures that cured their injuries. However, the recovery speed of taking heavenly treasures could be far worse than this blue light. If one was in the middle of a battle, the speed at which the blue light healed injuries could save lives at critical moments. Let's go, Lan Shan said again. Xian Yuanshou helplessly stood up. Originally, he wanted to delay a little longer. Nay, Lan Shan did not give him a chance. Now it was an arrow on a string that had to be sent. If he made any more excuses, it would completely enrage Lan Shan. That would not be beneficial to anyone. Xian Yuanshou silently chanted in his mind. Lin Dong, I am sorry. I hope you don't blame me. I am also looking out for the countless living beings in the entire Star Void realm, and even if I don't reveal your location, it is impossible for you to escape at the hands of a Divine Brightness realm. A group of 7 people tore through space and rushed over in the direction of the 7-colored continent. With the speed of a few people, it wouldn't take long to reach the 7-colored glazed sect. At that time, it was unknown how Gongsun Zhimeng should deal with these fellows whose strength, in her opinion, had already broken through the heavens. Lin Dong was in seclusion again. Ever since the death of the 4 supreme elders of the 7-colored glazed sect, they had not had a single Sage Realm powerhouse. Facing a team of 6 Sage Realm and 1 Divine Realm, the 7-colored glazed sect wouldn't be able to put up a single fight. If they casually took out the weakest true saint-level Shiman Shanghua, Gongsun Zhimeng wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Not to mention the 5 Saint King level and 1 Void God level. Of course, Xian Yuanshou was definitely not going to help Blue Mountain against the 7-colored glazed sect, but was he useful as a late Saint King level? If he was useful, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Chapter 1220 Danger Arrives. Star Void Realm. 7-colored continent, 7-colored glazed sect. Gongsun Zhimeng was busy dealing with the various affairs of the sect. At this moment, in the sky above the 7-colored glazed sect, a crack appeared in space. Immediately afterward, 7 figures walked out of the crack. It was none other than Lan Shan and his group who had rushed over from the central divine continent. Old man Xianyuan, are you sure that Lin Dong is hiding here? Lan Shan asked as he looked at the densely packed buildings at his feet. Lord Lin told me that he is in seclusion in the 7-colored glazed sect. If there is anything, you can come to him at any time, but whether he is here or not, I have not sought confirmation. Xianyuan Shou replied honestly. Let me tell you, old man Xianyuan, it would be just fine if Lin Dong is here. If he is not, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Not only will I make you experience a feeling worse than death, but I will also exterminate this star void realm in front of you, so that you can watch your guarded homeland being mercilessly destroyed, and countless living beings will die because of you. Lan Shan laughed coldly. Xianyuan Shou did not answer. In fact, he was not 100% certain that Lin Dong was here. After all, he had not personally come here to look for Lin Dong. However, with things having developed to this point, there was nothing Xianyuan Shou could do. He could only hope that Lin Dong had not deceived him. Otherwise, countless living beings in the Star Void realm would be buried in the hands of Lan Shan. Who could withstand the wrath of a divine brightness realm powerhouse? The entire Star Void realm would be reduced to rubble under Blue Mountain's fury. Lan Shan and the others suddenly descended over the 7-colored glazed sect without any intention of hiding, and were immediately discovered by the 7-colored glazed sect's defensive array. Dongsun Jiming put down what he was doing at the first opportunity and notified all of the senior members of the sect to rush over. Soon, numerous 7-colored glazed sect disciples as well as the higher-ups arrived and surrounded Lan Shan and the others. Lan Shan did not show any indication for the time being as he was using his spiritual power to search for Lin Dong's whereabouts. A half-step divine brightness realm could not be hidden in front of him. If the master did not speak, the others naturally did not dare to make a sound. Otherwise, Ji Wuming, who had been killed in seconds, would be an example. Shen Yuanshou was the Sacred Alliance Master, the ranking figure of the Star Void Realm, guarding this place for many years, an existence that was admired by everyone in the Star Void Realm. Even the ordinary disciples of the 7-colored glazed sect all knew this old man. Seeing that the trespasser was Shen Yuanshou, everyone put their hearts down. After all, in the Star Void Realm, if even this old man couldn't be trusted, who else could be trusted? This was the prestige that Shen Yuanshou had accumulated after putting in countless efforts for the Star Void Realm. Even if Lin Dong's saving of the Star Void Realm was publicized nowadays and his fame was immense, it could not be compared to it. When Gongsun Jiming arrived, the first thing he saw was Shen Yuanshou, as well as 4 other Saint King-level powerhouses. Of the 6 Saint Kings of the Star Void Realm, 5 had arrived, with only 1 missing. What was such a powerful lineup up for? The other 2, Gongsun Jiming did not recognize. Shiman Shenghua had been active for a very long time, and there was no her at that time. Later on, the Shiman family was headed by Shiman Fuguei. As the 7-colored glazed sect patriarch, Gongsun Jiming knew that the Shiman family had such a true saint-ranked ancestor, but she had never met him. I don't know what the purpose of Alliance Master Xuanyuan's visit to the 7-colored glazed sect is. If you have any orders, just inform. Why bother coming here personally? Gongsun Jiming clasped his hands and asked respectfully. Facing such an unselfish old man, even Lin Dong had to be polite for 3 minutes, not to mention the others. Shen Yuanshou did not answer. With Ji Wuming's previous experience, he also did not dare to speak casually. Lan Shan's brows gradually furrowed on the side. After having searched all of this area, Lin Dong's figure was not found. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either Lin Dong was not here, or Lin Dong had a special ability or a special treasure that could hide his aura. Lan Shan hoped that it was the second one. Otherwise, he would have made a trip for nothing. Moreover, even Shen Yuanshou did not know Lin Dong's whereabouts. Did anyone else know? If he could not find Lin Dong, he would not be able to return to his family. As for hiding it from the family head, Lan Shan had never thought about it. Nor would he do so. Once discovered, the consequences would be so severe that even if he was in the Divine Ming realm, he could not afford it. Old man, I will ask you again, is Lin Dong really here? You better not fool me, or else the consequences will be very serious. Lan Shan asked in a gloomy tone. I am not sure. But I believe that Lord Lin would not lie to me. Shen Yuanshou replied. But I did not detect Lin Dong's aura. What's up with that? You have to know that it is not easy for a half-step divine Ming realm to conceal his senses from this seat, and it cannot be done without a bit of means. Not easy does not mean impossible. You will soon see the wonders of Lin Dong. It seems like you have a lot of confidence in Lin Dong. What? Is it hard to believe that you still hold out hope that he will be able to rescue you all? The universe is so large that even a level 9 civilization cannot glimpse all of it. There is never a lack of miracles happening here, it depends on who is lucky. Old man, you have a good heart. It's just that at a big age, you're thinking too naively and your brain isn't too good. A mere half-step of the divine Ming realm, even if he has heavenly wonders, in front of this seat, he's just a slightly stronger mole cricket. Do you still really think that he can defy the heavens? The surrounding disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect, including Gongsun Jiming, the patriarch. From the conversation between the two, they realized that something was not right. Alliance Master Xian Yuan seemed to be very afraid of this strange middle-aged man. Who was this person? Dare to talk to Alliance Master Xian Yuan like this? And the meaning revealed in their words was that they were here to find Lin Dong? And completely disregarded Lord Lin? The many doubts in her heart made Gongsun Jiming unable to help but raise her voice and ask, Alliance Master Xian Yuan. However, she had just shouted out a name. Xian Yuanshou's gaze looked over and shook his head slightly at her, signaling not to make a sound. Gongsun Jiming hurriedly covered her mouth and stopped talking. She was a smart person and knew that Xian Yuanshou wouldn't do this for no reason. There must be a reason. Combine that with what the strange middle-aged man had just said. Looking at the appearance of the other few Saint King level powerhouses, it was clear that they were afraid of the other party. Plus, from where they were standing, it could also be seen that everyone was dominated by this person. Gongsun Jiming knew that this was definitely a guy he couldn't afford to mess with. Who is the master here? Lan Shan suddenly asked. I'm the patriarch of the seven-colored glazed sect. I wonder what this lord has to say. Gongsun Jiming replied carefully. With Xian Yuanshou's hint. She didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful either. Sovereign? Are you in charge here? Lan Shan looked at Gongsun Jiming. Yes. My lord. You recognize Lin Dong, don't you? Lord Lin is the savior of my Star Void realm, so naturally I know him. That would be good. Old man Xian Yuan said that Lin Dong is in seclusion here. Surely you, as the patriarch, know about it, right? Let Lin Dong come out. This has nothing to do with you, otherwise I will level this place and destroy this continent. Chapter 1221, Unable to Wake Up. Patriarch stop dream. This is Lord Lan Shan of the Lan clan, specially rushed from the 9th level civilization to the Star Void realm to look for Lord Lin. This is a matter between them, so a small cricket shouldn't get involved. Call Lord Lin out and let them settle it on their own. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Lord Lan Shan is a divine Ming realm powerhouse. Xian Yuanshou couldn't help but emphasize. He was afraid that Gongsun Jiming would go against Lan Shan's words. With Lan Shan's ruthless character, he might directly step in and kill Gongsun Jiming to deter the other sect members of the seven-colored glazed sect. Gongsun Jiming finished listening to Xian Yuanshou's words. She felt her brain was dizzy. His face also turned deathly white. This strange middle-aged man in front of him was actually a member of the Lan clan? Or a divine brightness realm powerhouse? How was this possible? Didn't Lin Dong say that it would take the Blue Clan 300 years to arrive at the Star Void realm? Why did it arrive in just 1 year? What should we do now? Gongsun Jiming was flustered for a moment. The Blue Clan had sent a strong divine brightness realm warrior. Lin Dong was only a half-step divine brightness realm. How could he fight? No way. We cannot let Lin Dong come out. He would not be able to defeat him even if he came. However, if Lin Dong was not allowed to come out, the other party had just said that they would destroy the seven-colored continent, and Lin Dong would be forced out at that time just the same. What should he do? At this time, Gongsun Jiming actually began to blame Lin Dong in his heart. Long ago, he had told him to properly shut down and cultivate, striving to break through to the divine Ming realm. As a result, Lin Dong had refused to listen. Every now and then, he would come out to meet his little girlfriend. Now it's good. The enemy has come to the door. The only way nowadays. He himself first pretended to agree to Lan Shan's request and went to ask Lin Dong to come out. When he saw Lin Dong, he told him to get ready and hurry to escape. It was only when he was taken by surprise that he would have a chance to escape at the hands of Lan Shan, a godly Ming realm powerhouse. Only if Lin Dong was still alive, there would be hope for the Star Void realm. However, in doing so, many people would inevitably be sacrificed. But this could not be helped. If even Lin Dong died, then the Star Void realm would be completely finished. The Lan clan would not give up on a 7th level civilization. In just an instant, Gongsun Shimeng made his decision. So it is Lord Lan Shan of the Blue Clan. Lord Lin is indeed in seclusion here. Please wait for a moment, Lord Lan Shan. I will go and invite Lord Lin. Since he's here, then hurry up and make him come out to see me. Time is limited. I'll have to use force if I get bored of waiting, Lan Shan urged. After determining that Lin Dong was here, he did not panic. No matter what means Lin Dong had, it was impossible for him to escape from him. The entire 7-colored continent was under his full control. Now, Lan Shan was somewhat curious about Lin Dong. How did a mere half-step divine brightness realm escape his spiritual perception? Yes, Lord Blue Mountain, wait a moment. I will go now. After Gongsun Jiming finished speaking, he flew to the distance, where Lin Dong was in seclusion. The others waited quietly. All the sect members of the 7-colored glazed sect looked at Lan Shan curiously. Divine brightness realm? That was an existence that surpassed the Saint realm. It was said that Lord Lin had also surpassed the Saint realm. I wonder who is stronger between this person and Lord Lin. They didn't realize at all that they were in a dangerous situation. Lan Shan had just said that he wanted to destroy the 7-colored continent. With his strength at the divine realm, really want to destroy this place. It was guaranteed that not a single living creature would be able to escape. Gongsun Jiming arrived at Lin Dong's place of seclusion and landed. See you, Sovereign. The 2 female disciples guarding the door immediately said respectfully when they saw Gongsun Jiming. Be excused. I am looking for Lin Dong for something. After Gongsun Jiming finished speaking, he did not wait for the 2 female disciples to react before pushing the door and walking into the small courtyard. She then walked straight towards Lin Dong's room and pushed the door open. As time was running out, she did not have the heart to knock on the door and only wanted to see Lin Dong as soon as possible. After entering the room, she passed through a few more doors before arriving at Lin Dong's secret room where he was in seclusion. As soon as she entered, Gongsun Jiming saw that Lin Dong was sitting motionless, and she hurriedly said, Lin Dong, you are still in seclusion here. The Blue Clan's people are here, and they are also a divine brightness realm powerhouse, so you should escape now. If you are late, it will be too late. Usually you are told to make a good seclusion breakthrough, but you don't listen. Now well, it's already too late. Saying that did not receive any response. Lin Dong was still sitting there. Not the slightest bit of awareness of her arrival. Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Gongsun Jimeng shouted a few more times with increased volume. There was still no response. She immediately realized that something was not right. Even if she was in seclusion, it would not be so bad that she could not even hear the sound. Approaching Lin Dong, Gongsun Jiming reached out her hand and tried Lin Dong's nostrils, and was instantly relieved in her heart. There was still breathing, proving that the person was fine. But why couldn't he wake up? Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Once again, he shouted a few times and even shook Lin Dong's body. However, Lin Dong remained unmoved. This was difficult for Gongsun Jimeng. She could only surround Lin Dong and kept calling Lin Dong's name while her hand kept touching Lin Dong. It was the first time that Gongsun Jimeng had encountered a person who was so closed that he could not even wake up by shouting. Anyone who closes down has to find a quiet place for fear of being disturbed and affecting their own cultivation. Lin Dong's place is good. Not to mention disturbing, even shouting in his ear, there is no reaction at all. Gongsun Jimeng will not be able to do anything. It is simply strange. Is this the reason why Lin Dong's strength has risen so quickly? It is really different from the norm. Just what should we do about the situation in front of us? If we let Lan Shan wait impatiently, it would be troublesome. Gongsun Jimeng was anxious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The moment Lan Shan used his huge spiritual energy to search for Lin Dong's traces, it was detected by Lin Dong's system. Spirit Cage Realm. Lin Dong was loitering outside with Tuan Tuan and Nya Hongdo. Suddenly his system popped up automatically. First were 6 red fonts. The importance was highlighted. Warning! 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 The system has detected a powerful spiritual force appearing around the host's main body. In order to ensure the host's safety, please leave the spirit cage realm immediately and return to the real world. If the host ignores it, the system will forcibly send the host back to the real world to cope with the crisis when danger arrives. Lin Dong took a look. A powerful spiritual force had appeared around the main body? It could be called powerful by the system. It was clearly not something that Pang Zhong's stream could do. That meant that in the real world, a fellow who had surpassed the Sage Realm had arrived at the seven-colored continent? That would be something else. Lin Dong could not think about who it could be. Putting Tuan Tuan down. Throwing down a sentence, his figure disappeared. Miss Nia, Tuan Tuan will be handed over to you first. Help me watch over her, Tuan Tuan. Big Brother has urgent matters that need to be dealt with. You follow your sister first. When Big Brother is done, he will come back for you. Don't run around. Coming to the forest at the edge of Weiyang City. Determining that there was no one around, Lin Dong quickly opened his system and chose to exit. The body steeply disappeared into the spirit cage realm. Chapter 1222 Shocking Giant Finger. Star Void Realm. Seven-colored glazed sect. Inside the secret room where Lin Dong was in seclusion. Time was passing by second by second. Seeing that Lin Dong was showing no signs of waking up at all, Gongsun Jiming was about to collapse. There was still a divine brightness realm powerhouse waiting outside. If Lin Dong did not wake up and escape quickly, by the time Lan Shan lost his patience and found this place, there would be no chance at all. By surprise. With Lin Dong's half-step divine Ming realm speed bursting out, there might still be a glimmer of hope of escaping. Once Blue Mountain, a godly Ming realm, was put on alert, it would be impossible for him to escape. On the other side, a few minutes after Gongsun Jiming left, he did not even see Lin Dong's shadow. Lan Shan's face was becoming more and more gloomy. Patience was also exhausted. It was always others who waited for him. Where was there a time when he waited for others? Even if there was, it was waiting for someone stronger than him. For example, the family head of the Blue Clan. A half-step godly Ming realm was also worth waiting for? When Gongsun Jiming left, Lan Shan's spiritual energy had been following the other party. He had already known the location of Lin Dong's seclusion for a long time. A small half-step divine brightness realm is actually so difficult to invite? He has quite a big face, but I just don't know how strong he is? Can it be worthy of his face? After Lan Shan finished speaking angrily, he took a step out and his body had already appeared above the courtyard where Lin Dong was in seclusion. Space did not seem to be able to play a role for him at all. The divine brightness realm could already ignore spatial distances. It was the same even in high-dimensional space. Otherwise, the spirit Lan domain was so far away from the star void realm that he would not have been able to spend a mere year to reach it. When Xian Yuanshou and the others saw that Lan Shan had disappeared, they also rushed over. The executives and disciples of the seven-colored glazed sect could only walk at the end. Their strength was the worst and their speed was the slowest. Lin Dong, get the hell out of this seat. If you killed my Blue Clan's people, you have to be ready to pay the price. Immediately go back with me to accept the Blue Clan's judgment. Don't think of escaping. In front of this seat, you don't have that ability. I'll give you 10 seconds of time. If you don't come out again, don't blame this seat for being impolite. Lan Shan said loudly in the air. His voice traveled to the ground. It directly stunned the two seven-colored glazed sect disciples outside the small courtyard. They were so strong that they couldn't even withstand the words spoken by a divine brightness realm powerhouse. Within the secret room, Gongsun Jiming heard Lan Shan's words and sat on her butt. His face turned white once again. His eyes were lifeless, and he muttered, "It's over. Finished. Completely finished." Lan Shan saw that what he said did not have any effect. Anger surged in his heart. What a Lin Dong! What a half-step godly Ming realm! How dare he not take himself seriously? Originally, with his impatient character, when he knew Lin Dong's position, he should have struck. Waiting for someone was not his style. The reason why he was polite before making a move and did not make a move immediately was also because he had heard from Pang Zhong that Lin Dong was a very young and legendary person who had not appeared in the Star Void realm before. The moment he appeared, he descended with an unrivaled demeanor. He also possessed a secret technique that had never been seen before. It was able to summon 3 doppelgangers whose strength was similar to that of the main body. It was with this trick that he killed Blue Feather by surprise. Combining these words, Lan Shan guessed that Lin Dong must have obtained some sort of strange encounter or inheritance. The fact that his strength could increase so quickly must also have something to do with this strange encounter. In the vast and boundless universe, there were many relics and forbidden places. Many of them even he, a divine realm, didn't dare to venture into. Although they were dangerous, they were also accompanied by quite lucrative rewards. There were quite a number of people who had entered these places and had gained quite a lot of benefits after experiencing 9 deaths. Lin Dong was feared to be one of them. It was considered to be a person whose luck was against the heavens. Lan Shan was very interested in Lin Dong's secret techniques as well as his strange encounters. It would be best to take possession of them for himself. That was why there was no rush to strike. In Lan Shan's opinion, as long as Lin Dong was still at the half-step divine realm, it would be impossible for him to escape from his presence. There was no harm in meeting him first and probing him. If Lin Dong was able to hand over his secrets, he might be able to make him suffer less and bring him directly back to the Lan clan for the family to deal with. If he was unwilling, then don't blame yourself for using special means. However, nowadays, Lin Dong did not pay the slightest attention to himself, making Lan Shan very angry. Humph. Ungrateful thing, since you are persistent, then don't blame this seat. As Lan Shan finished speaking, the aura belonging to the divine brightness realm emanated from his body. Rumble. The entire 7-colored continent became shaky, as if it couldn't withstand this massive force. A divine brightness realm powerhouse wasn't some nameless junior even in the 9th level civilization spirit Lan domain, but a mainstay. Shen Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the others who had just arrived immediately stopped their advance, not daring to continue to approach, and could only watch from afar. The mere aura emanating from the divine brightness realm made the crowd of Saint King level powerhouses feel despair. It was simply not an existence that they could fight against. Lin Dong, since you are not coming out, then I will have to do it myself. Lan Shan extended a finger and gently pressed it against the ground. Wind and clouds gathered in the air and immediately formed a huge finger that whistled down. The might was terrifyingly great. The 7-colored continent instantly blew a hurricane, and coupled with the 7-colored continent, which originally couldn't withstand Blue Mountain's momentum and was shaking, it was as if the world was coming to an end. Those who lived on the continent could only kneel down and pray in terror. In the face of such heavenly might, they could do nothing but pray. Even Xian Yuanshou and a few other Saint King level powerhouses in the distance, looking at that one finger in the air that contained divine power, a chill went straight to their heads. Everyone understood. There was no hope of surviving this strike themselves. Attacks unleashed with divine power by a strong person of the divine brightness realm were not something that could be resisted by the Saint realm in the first place. Only a strong person who also possessed divine power could resist it. Lin Dong, a half-step godly Ming realm, would not fare well under this strike even if he could survive. Shen Yuanshou watched as Lan Shan's attack was about to hit the ground and had the intention to help, but his heart was not strong enough. He could only turn away, leaving behind a long sigh. Ugh! Unwilling to see the next scene of all the misery. In the middle of the secret room, Gongsun Jiming was already lying on the ground unable to move. The pressure of the divine Ming realm was too strong. She was now having difficulty even breathing. Feeling the pressure from above getting stronger and stronger, she knew that Blue Mountain's attack was about to come. Perhaps the next moment she herself would be crushed into a pile of mush. For the sake of the Star Void realm, for the living beings on the 7-colored continent, for Lin Dong and his little girlfriends, and for herself. Gongsun Jiming took a deep breath and used his last ounce of strength to shout. Lin Dong, wake up! Jinshi, Huangfu Shiyu, Zhao Xian, and the others are waiting for you. If you don't wake up, it will be too late. None of your little girlfriends will be able to escape this calamity. All of them will die here. Please, wake up quickly. She understood in her heart that even if Lin Dong could wake up, it would still be difficult for him to fight against Lan Shan, a divine realm. However, there was still at least a tiny bit of hope. It was better than just dying somehow. Lin Dong was a miracle worker. Gongsun Jiming chose to place his last shred of hope on Lin Dong. Chapter 1223 Awakening. Over the small courtyard. An astonishingly huge finger, gathered by wind and clouds, swooped down. Looking from afar, only electricity flashed and thunder was seen within the finger. It was filled with the terrifying divine power of Lan Shan, a godly Ming realm powerhouse. Below the half-step godly Ming realm, one would die upon touch. Even Saint King level powerhouses were no exception. Even a half-step godly Ming realm would have to be seriously injured if they were hit head-on. This was the might of a true divine brightness realm powerhouse. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene. There was nothing but powerlessness in their hearts. There wasn't even the thought of resisting anymore. In the middle of the ground chamber, after Gongsun Jiming used all her strength to say something, she lay on the ground quietly waiting to die. She already didn't even have the strength to breathe. It was at this critical moment. Lin Dong, who was originally sitting there motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. At the same instant, all the pressure that acted on Gongsun Jiming's body abruptly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. What's going on? What happened? Gongsun Jiming felt a lightness in his body. His strength had returned. She was able to breathe and speak again. She did not get up immediately. Instead, while breathing heavily, she raised her head and turned her gaze towards Lin Dong. Only to see that Lin Dong's eyes, which were originally closed, had opened. She was immediately delighted in her heart. Lin Dong, you finally woke up. Quickly leave this place, Blue Mountain's attack is about to arrive. If you don't leave, it will be too late, hurry. Don't worry about me, run yourself first, don't confront the enemy after you get out, he is a divine Ming realm powerhouse, you are no match for him, escape at the first opportunity, the farther you escape the better, come back to avenge us when you have the strength. Finishing so many words in one breath, Gongsun Jiming's breathing started to become rapid again. Lin Dong had just returned to the real world and opened his eyes, and before he could understand what was going on, he saw Gongsun Jiming lying on the ground. He did not wait for him to open his mouth to inquire. He heard Gongsun Jiming crackling a lot. As for the pressure on Gongsun Jiming's body disappearing, it was not something that Lin Dong had done deliberately, but rather it had disappeared automatically. This was because after Lin Dong's return, his battle power had already reached the half-step emperor realm. It was far, far too powerful than Lan Shan, a divine realm. The two sides were completely incomparable. If Xin Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the others were ants in front of Lan Shan, then Blue Mountain was not even a mole in front of Lin Dong. Even if Lin Dong sat there without moving, a void god-level powerhouse like Lan Shan would not dare to get close to him, let alone the aura he emitted. Feeling the attack above his head and combining it with what Gongsun Jiming had just said, Lin Dong finally understood his current situation. There was a divine brightness realm powerhouse called Lan Shan who was attacking himself. Gongsun Jiming had come to wake himself up and allow himself to escape. As for who this Blue Mountain was, there was no need to think about it. Definitely Blue Feather's kinsman, that is, someone from the Blue clan. It was just that Lin Dong had not thought of one thing. Didn't Blue Feather say that the Blue clan would not arrive at the Star Void realm until 300 years later? How come it arrived in just 1 year? First of all, ignore these. Let's settle the matter at hand. At this moment, the giant finger in the air was about to touch the buildings of the small courtyard, but it suddenly stopped as if it was standing still. Lin Dong did not bother with the attack and got up to Gongsun Jiming's side, wanting to help him up. Unbeknownst to him, Gongsun Jiming did not appreciate it. Lin Dong, you must leave quickly. If you don't leave again, you will. The words were interrupted by Lin Dong before he could speak. Sister Meng, leave the rest to me. It's just a mere divine brightness realm, it can't turn any waves in front of me. One sentence confused Gongsun Jiming. A mere divine brightness realm? Can't make much of a difference? Were these the words of a half-step divine brightness realm? Or was it that Lin Dong had already broken through to the true godly Ming realm? How? How could that be possible? When I met Lin Dong a few months ago, he was still at the half-step divine mastery realm, right? Could it be that he had broken through in just a few months? Gongsun Jiming felt that her brain was a bit inadequate as she stared wide-eyed and asked uncertainly. Lin Dong, you broke through? Yes, Sister Meng, I have broken through, the divine brightness realm will not pose any threat to me, don't worry. With me around, everything will be fine. Lin Dong smiled and explained. Really? Really broke through? You didn't lie to me? Gongsun Jimun was still a little unconvinced and asked again. Of course it is true. What am I lying to you for? Don't you realize that the attack above can't come down? It's because it's in fear of me, all not daring to fall down. Lin Dong joked. Only after saying so did Gongsun Jiming notice. Just now, he had clearly felt that the Blue Mountain's attack was about to descend. There was nothing to do but wait for death. However, now that so much time had passed again, it still had not landed. Everything had happened after Lin Dong had awakened. It must be undoubtedly Lin Dong's doing. Gongsun Jiming finally let go of his heart at this moment. Immediately afterward, a color of infinite surprise appeared in his eyes. The fact that Lin Dong was able to withstand Lan Shan's attack at least proved that he had the power to fight with Lan Shan and would not be crushed without even the slightest chance. It was true that in the end, Lin Dong would have to be the one to create a miracle. Sister Meng, now you always believe it. Aha! I believe. I believe. Gongsun Jiming nodded her head repeatedly. The feeling of having survived the calamity made her unable to hold back her tears of joy at this moment. Seeing Gongsun Jiming shedding tears, Lin Dong said with concern, "What's wrong, Sister Meng?" "Nothing. I am happy. I'm really happy." Gongsun Jiming reached out to wipe away her tears. "Don't be afraid, Sister Dream, everything is with me, get up." Gongsun Jiming realized that she was still lying on the ground, her face flushed, and she stood up following Lin Dong's force and supporting her. At this time, everyone outside froze as they looked at the giant finger that was about to land, their hearts puzzled. What was going on? Why had the attack not landed after such a long time? It still remained there. Blue Mountain still wanted to give Lin Dong a chance? Wanting him to come out on his own? But he had just said that he would do it. Now that it has stopped there again, isn't it just slapping his own face? There were still such people? Everyone, including Shen Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and the other 5 Saint King level powerhouses, did not realize that it was not that Lan Shan's attack did not want to fall. Rather, it was blocked by an invisible force. Lan Shan was staring down at the small courtyard below with an ugly face. One of his hands was pressing down with all its might, and it turned out to have no effect. The giant finger still rested there motionless. This made Lan Shan understand in his heart. There was a problem in the small courtyard. However, since Lin Dong had a system, he did not find anything wrong. In his heart, he guessed. It should be that Lin Dong had obtained some kind of treasure in a strange encounter. Not only could it escape his senses, but it also had a superb defense. If this was really the case, then this treasure was definitely worth a fortune. It must be gotten. Chapter 1224, Killing Blue Mountain in Seconds. Seeing that his attacks were unable to break through Lin Dong's defense, Lan Shan knew that the treasure in Lin Dong's hand was remarkable. It was definitely something good. There must be a way to get it. It would also be of immense help to himself. Perhaps with this treasure, it would help him to fight across levels. When fighting, with both sides having similar strengths, one would have to rely on other means. The treasure was one of them. And it was a very important part. Having an offensive treasure in one's hand could increase the holder's combat power by quite a lot. For example, the evil breaking sword in Lin Dong's hand, which could cut through all things in heaven and earth, could definitely give him wings after using it. In addition to offensive treasures, defensive treasures were also good to withstand enemy attacks and save one's life at critical moments. The one in Lin Dong's hand was clearly a defensive treasure that could withstand the attacks of a godly Ming realm powerhouse. Both of these treasures were good. Treasures that served other purposes were inferior compared to treasures that served both offense and defense. Lan Shan had never thought that it was Lin Dong who had easily resisted his attack by virtue of his own strength. After all, if Lin Dong was able to do so, he must be a strong person at the Void God level or above. Then how could the Star Void Realm still be a rank 7 civilization? It was unreasonable. Moreover, having been forced to this point, Lin Dong did not even show himself, so he was obviously afraid of himself. Determining that the treasures in Lin Dong's hands were precious, Lan Shan changed his strategy. He wanted to threaten Lin Dong to hand over the treasures in his hands just like he threatened Shen Yuanshou, so he rushed downwards and shouted. Lin Dong, you think that I can't do anything about you just because you are hiding within the turtle shell, right? It is really too naive, let me tell you. The means of a divine brightness realm powerhouse is not something you can imagine. If you were sensible, then get out, hand over everything and follow me to the Lan clan to be judged, so that you will have a way to live. Stubbornly resisting is only a way to die. Not only that, if you continue to resist, today, I will also step on the entire Star Void realm, turning this place into a wasteland, and all the living beings will die because of you, Lin Dong. Lan Shan's words made all the onlookers instantly understand. It turned out that it was not that he had stopped. Rather, it was Lin Dong who had blocked the attack with some unknown means. It made it impossible for the shocking giant finger to descend. At the same time, they also felt chills running through their bodies at Lan Shan's words. If Lin Dong persisted and did not come out, then this fellow would strike at the Star Void realm, destroying the Star Void realm and letting all living beings die because of Lin Dong. This was a naked threat. Shen Yuanshu was even staring at Lan Shan in death, itching to die with him. However, he knew that his strength was too weak, and even if he used all his means, he could not possibly pose a single threat to Lan Shan. He could only helplessly sigh silently in his heart. In the middle of the secret room, Lin Dong picked up Gongsun Jimeng when he heard Lan Shan's words coming from the sky. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. A mere void god level, how dare he flaunt his power in front of himself and presume to try to judge him? Threatening himself with the destruction of the Star Void realm? It was simply a slip of the tongue. Just who had given him the courage? If Lin Dong really went to the Blue Clan, it was estimated that even the Blue Clan's family head and old ancestor would have to be scared down and beg Lin Dong to come out on their knees. Could a half-step Emperor realm be judged by a power like the Blue Clan? How many half-step Emperor realm powerhouses were there in total in the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain? It was no exaggeration to say Lin Dong's current strength already stood at the pinnacle of the Spirit Lan domain. The only ones who could steadily suppress him were the 5 Spirit Lan emperors. The rest of the half-step Emperor realm could not. After all, Lin Dong's divergence technique was no joke. And now, the female Emperor Yuji of the Spirit Lan 5 emperors had already been seriously injured by the Ultra Armament clan and the Soul Devouring clan in a joint effort, and her whereabouts were unknown. Lin Dong's ranking might even be able to go further. Lin Dong, what should we do? Gongsun Jimeng grabbed Lin Dong's hand and asked nervously. Even though she already knew that Lin Dong had the strength to fight against Lan Shan, she was still worried. Don't be afraid, Sister Meng, as I said, a mere void god level cannot make any waves in front of me. Now I will go and avenge you all. Let him know that I, Star Void Realm, am not someone who can be bullied. Lin Dong patted Gongsun Jimeng's hand that was grabbing his own to comfort him. But Gongsun Jimeng still wanted to say something. Just after uttering 2 words, she was interrupted by Lin Dong. There is nothing but, Sister Meng, to tell you the truth. In fact, I have already broken through to the half-step Divine Ming realm long ago, not to mention that there is only one void god level coming from Lan Shan. That is, if the Lan clan comes out with all their nests in front of me, Lin Dong, they will have to obediently kneel down and beg for forgiveness, or else I will exterminate his Lan clan, and they won't dare to even let out a single fart. As Lin Dong finished speaking, a fierce aura surged out from his body. Tilting his head and looking upwards, he seemed to be able to see the blue mountain in the sky through the roof. Gongsun Jimeng froze. Dumbfounded, he looked at Lin Dong. It was the first time he had seen him display such a majestic and domineering side. Lan Shan, the divine brightness realm that had rendered the numerous Saint King level powerhouses of the Star Void realm helpless, was described by him as worthless. Even the Lan clan behind him couldn't look at him. What kind of strength would one have to still be able to achieve this level? Lin Dong was still so young, was it possible? Gongsun Jimeng did not know if what Lin Dong said was true or if he was comforting himself. If there was a choice, she would rather believe that it was true. Lan Shan, who was in the air, suddenly felt a gaze lock onto him, causing him to instantly raise his chills. What's going on? Why did he himself have a feeling of fear? It was as if he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast whose strength far exceeded his own. Illusion. It must be an illusion. Lan Shan shook his head. A 7th level civilization was nothing more than a 7th level civilization. It was impossible for there to be a great power that made him feel afraid. Wanting to do that, a Yuanshan level powerhouse wouldn't even be able to. It would have to be at least at the ancestral god level. Anyone who told Lan Shan that a tiny 7th level civilization possessed an ancestral god level powerhouse could laugh him to death on the spot. The Blue Clan had stood in the Spirit Lan domain for countless years, and their strongest ancestor was only at the ancestral god level. That was a giant level figure that could intimidate a party. Let countless forces that are spying on the Blue Clan not dare to move. Forces in the Spirit Lan domain, once they had an ancestral god level powerhouse in their midst, they would be recognized as an existence that could not be casually messed with. The Star Void realm was merely a 7th level civilization. No matter which way you looked at it, it was impossible to have an ancestral god level powerhouse. Thinking like this, Lan Shan's heart settled down again. Within the secret room, the corner of Lin Dong's mouth hooked into a grim smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Sister Meng, watch well. I will let you know that the divine realm is no different from a next-door ant in front of me, Lin Dong, regardless of whether he is at the void god level, Yuanshan level, or ancestral god level. After saying this, Lin Dong's entire person exuded an aura of looking disdainfully at the world, causing Gongsun Jiming on the side to look dizzy. Is this Lin Dong's true strength? Gongsun Jiming muttered in his heart. Chapter 1225, Who is a Griffin? Lin Dong was very pretentious as he finished saying some overbearing words. The entire person carried a shocking momentum as he rose up into the sky amidst Gongsun Jiming's dumbfounded gaze. Boom! A golden light broke through the roof of the room, pierced through the giant finger, and instantly appeared in front of Lan Shan. Before Blue Mountain could react, his right hand pinched his neck. At the same time, pure yet massive divine power surged into Blue Mountain's body, easily crushing the divine power he was so proud of, and then began to crazily destroy Blue Mountain's body. Ah! Lan Shan let out a miserable scream. The intense pain within his body caused him to nearly faint. And he could feel that his body had been completely wasted. Not even an ounce of strength could be used. Can only be slaughtered. He looked at the stranger in front of him with horror. Who is this person in the end? How could he be so powerful to such a terrifying extent? The speed was so fast that even he, a void god level powerhouse, couldn't react. His own divine power was simply unbeatable in front of the other party's divine power that was pure to the extreme. Lan Shan could be certain. The void god level and Yuanshan level could never do it so easily. In other words, the person in front of him was at least an ancestral god level powerhouse? It might even be stronger. How was this possible? A 7th level civilization was hiding an ancestral god level? Not to mention him. No one else could possibly believe it. Could it be that the gaze he had just felt that frightened him was real? Was the heavens playing a joke on him? Lan Shan's mind was starting to get a little confused, unable to believe everything in front of him. With his strength at the void god level of the divine brightness realm, shouldn't he be like a god descending to the world and looking down on all ants when he came to this tiny 7th level civilization? Why would he encounter an ancestral god level powerhouse? This kind of powerhouse was uncommon even in the 9th level civilization Spirit Lan domain, let alone in the 7th level civilization Star Void realm. Something that couldn't possibly happen, yet it had happened to him. Until this moment. Only then did the giant finger below collapse and disappear. Originally, the gazes of the onlookers were focused on the giant finger and the small courtyard on the ground. Wanting to see the power of the giant finger and what kind of destructive force it would cause. As a result, Lan Shan let out a miserable scream, immediately attracting everyone's attention. One by one, they looked at the Blue Mountain, who had just been unbeatable, but at this moment, he was actually pinched by a figure's neck. Critically looking at Blue Mountain's appearance, there was absolutely no resistance. The crowd of onlookers didn't quite dare to believe their eyes. Some of them even closed their eyes and rubbed them vigorously with their hands, only to have them remain the same after opening them. Wasn't Blue Mountain a divine brightness realm powerhouse? How strong would the person who could easily defeat Blue Mountain be? The crowd took a closer look. Wasn't this Lord Lin Dong Lin? Lord Lin could easily defeat Blue Mountain, a divine brightness realm. Did that mean that he was even stronger than the divine brightness realm? The Star Void realm was saved? Lan Shan's idea of destroying the Star Void realm was no longer possible. All the onlookers revealed expressions of delight. Who are you? Blue Mountain asked in a trembling voice. Even though he had already roughly guessed the identity of the person in front of him in his heart, he still could not help but want to confirm it. Although Lin Dong pinched Lan Shan's neck, he did not use too much force. It allowed him to still have a chance to speak. "Aren't you looking for me? Now that I am here, you are asking who I am. Are all the people of the Blue Clan as stupid as you? I really don't know how the Blue Clan got to this point, a bunch of retards." Lin Dong snorted, although his voice was not loud. However, it allowed everyone around him to hear him clearly. "I am afraid that the only one who dared to insult a divine brightness realm powerhouse, and even the clan behind him, was Lin Dong." "You are Lin Dong? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you be so strong? It is impossible for a small 7th level civilization to have a strong person like you. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. You are lying to me." Lan Shan couldn't accept the fact that he had been invalidated, and was already somewhat delirious. "Your name is Lan Shan, right? The Blue Clan sent you here. It should be to deal with the matter of Blue Feather's death. I am now clearly telling you that Blue Feather died by my hands. Not only that, soon you will also have to follow in Blue Feather's footsteps. If the Blue Clan is not convinced, you are welcome to come and find my trouble at any time. If you come to a one, I will kill a one. If you come to a bunch, I will kill a bunch of them, until I kill everyone in your Blue Clan." As Lin Dong finished speaking, the killing intent surged from his body, causing Lan Shan to feel a chill going straight to his head. "No. Don't. Do not. Kill me. I am a divine brightness realm powerhouse. I can even call the shots in the Blue Clan. I cannot die here. I want to go back. I want to return to the Blue Clan to enjoy my happiness." Lan Shan shouted loudly in a frenzy. However, his body had already been completely wasted by Lin Dong. He could not move at all, and the only thing he could move was his mouth. Xian Yuanshou and Pang Zhong, several Saint King levels, all looked at this scene with disbelief. They could all still remember the unbeatable appearance of Lan Shan when he killed Ji Wuming not long ago. It was as if he was a true deity. Nothing in the Star Void realm was in his eyes. The Saint King level was nothing more than an ant-like existence that could be killed with his hands. However now, being pinched by Lin Dong's neck with one hand, he could only beg the other party not to kill him. It was truly a turn of the wind in water. Who would have thought? Just now, the spirited Lan Shan. Now he was begging for mercy like a bereaved dog. Shiman Shanghua on the side had been scared silly. Back then, he had fought with Lin Dong on the Shiman continent. How could he not recognize Lin Dong? At that time, he was still able to fight a draw with Lin Dong. Now, he could only hope to win. He could not even see Lin Dong's shadow. Shiman Shanghua could not understand. How did Lin Dong grow to this level? How had Lin Dong grown to this level? It was even if he had crossed the barrier of the Saint King level, which had stuck countless people, and reached the Divine Brightness realm. Even the Divine Brightness realm's Lan Shan was like an ant in front of him. Just how strong was Lin Dong? Was that person really Lin Dong? Was there really someone so heaven-defying in the universe? Or was it that when he fought with himself, Lin Dong did not use his full strength and was just teasing him? Regardless of that situation, he had to leave quickly. Once he allowed Lin Dong to come back to his senses, he himself would definitely die. While there was still Lan Shan to attract Lin Dong's attention, this was the best chance for him to escape. Thinking about his situation, Shiman Shanghua quietly retreated backwards. Luckily, Lin Dong and Lan Shan attracted everyone's attention and no one noticed him. When he had withdrawn a certain distance, Shiman Shanghua quickly turned around and prepared to escape from this place of wrongdoing. If he could leave alive. Shiman Shanghua swore that he would definitely find a place to hide away and would never appear again in this life. With Lin Dong around, there could never be a day for him to turn around. But just at this moment, a hand rested on Shiman Shenghua's shoulder. It caused him to freeze. Slightly turning around, what came into his eyes was a face filled with grooves. "Shiman Shanghua, where are you going?" Xian Yuanshou stared at him and asked in an unkind tone. For this traitor who had defected to the enemy, he could be said to hate it to the bone. When Shiman Shanghua quietly retreated, Xian Yuanshou knew what the other party was going to do. Wanting to escape without asking if he, Xian Yuanshou, agreed. Chapter 1226 Lin Dong's Powerful. Xian Yuan ally, I just want to go back to my seclusion to recuperate. Shiman Shenghua shivered and replied. He didn't expect to be caught by this old immortal Xian Yuanshou. With this old man's cynical character, would he not let himself go? But the other party was, after all, one of the 6 saint kings of the Star Void realm. He himself was only at the true saint level. One could definitely not fight. And one couldn't escape. Shiman Shenghua was also helpless. Shutting down to recuperate? Why do I get the feeling that you are seeing your master defeated and want to escape? I wonder if when you recognized Lan Shan as your master, did you ever think that he would be planted in this Star Void realm in the hands of Lord Lin? Xian Yuanshou asked with a sneering tone. Then he asked himself, I guess I shouldn't have. If you thought that Lan Shan would have this kind of result, you definitely wouldn't recognize him as your master. The universe is like this, it's ever-changing, you'll never be able to think of what will happen in the next moment. Shiman Shenghua, it's better to be a man of integrity. Xian Yuan Alliance Master, in fact, I was also forced to do nothing. Originally I was in the middle of seclusion, the entire Shiman continent was also blocked off from contact with the outside world, but Lan Shan suddenly descended. If I don't agree to recognize him as the master, he is going to destroy the Shiman continent and exterminate all living beings. What can I do? Shiman Shenghua said with a sniffle and a tear. It was as if he was the victim. In order to survive, Shiman Shenghua also gave up this old face. Nothing was as important as life, right? Shiman Shenghua, you don't need to say these useless things in front of me. Perhaps Lan Shan did threaten you, but you yourself must have hoped that you could rely on Lan Shan and put Lord Lin to death. I know people like you too well. Xian Yuanshou broke Shiman Shenghua's mind in a single word. Alliance Master Xian Yuan, Shiman Shenghua still wanted to explain. As a result, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xian Yuanshou. Alright. Shiman Shenghua, you don't have to say much, go back with me, wait for Lord Lin to settle Lan Shan, then come back to judge you. In the end, whether you can live or not, it all depends on the words of the Lin Fahrenheit. After Xian Yuanshou finished speaking, he grabbed Shiman Shenghua's shoulder. The massive holy power made him unable to move. A true saint level was still quite a bit inferior to a saint king level. It didn't take much effort for a saint king level to restrain a true saint level. Shiman Shenghua had the intention to resist. However, he knew that he couldn't do it at all. Not to mention that his injuries had not healed. Even if his injuries were healed and he had recovered to his peak, there was no chance of escaping from Queen Xuanyuan's hands. On the other side, Lan Shan was still desperately begging for mercy. He hoped that Lin Dong would spare his life. At the Divine Ming realm, no matter where one was, one could live a life of freedom. The Spirit Lan domain was no exception. Hence, Lan Shan did not want to die in this tiny 7th level civilization just like that. Even if the mission wasn't completed. Back in the Blue Clan, with Lan Shan's strength and status in the Divine Brightness realm, at most, he would only be given a few words by the family head and slightly symbolically punished. However, Lin Dong would not give Lan Shan a chance. If the system did not notify him, he did not even dare to imagine what would happen next. Perhaps with his peak ancestral god-level physical body, it would be difficult for Lan Shan to injure himself. But what about the others in the Star Void realm? What about Xian Yuanshou, Gongsun Jimeng, as well as Yun Shi, Huang Fuxia, and Bailey Yanheng? Would Blue Mountain let them go? Wait until you return. The entire Star Void realm had become a ruin. Even if one uprooted the Blue clans and killed every single one of them, what would be the use? The dead would not come to life. Those who lived would live in pain forever. Lan Shan, I can understand if you want to avenge Lan Yu, because he did die by my hand. If you only took action against me alone, I might let you go, but since you dare to threaten me with the people around me, I can't keep you, including your Blue clan. I will find time to pay a visit to your door. Now go down and meet your clan. Don't! Lin Dong, please don't kill me. The old ancestor of my Blue clan is also an ancestral god-level powerhouse. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. After Lin Dong finished speaking, despite Lan Shan's pleas for mercy, divine power exploded within him. The entire person turned into ashes and disappeared in a horrified expression. Now that Lin Dong had obtained his true strength, but he had reached the terrifying half-step emperor realm, killing a mere void god level was similar to crushing an ant. The surrounding crowd stared at Lin Dong in disbelief. Lan Shan, who had just been arrogant to the point of being unbeatable, saying that he would step on the entire Star Void realm, had died just like that? Crushed to death by Lord Lin like an ant. died completely and utterly. Not even a trace left behind. This Blue Mountain was a figure that even the 6 Saint Kings of the Starry Void Realm didn't care about. Just how powerful was Lord Lin to be able to crush him to death like an ant? No one knew. They only felt that the figure of the uncharacteristically young man in the distance was drawing infinitely taller. Originally, some time ago, after so much publicity from Xian Yuan Shou, Lin Dong had become a full-fledged idol. However, there was still a gap compared to Xian Yuan Shou. After all, people had not seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, Xian Yuan Shou was a reputation that had accumulated over a long period of time and could not be surpassed casually. Lin Dong could only harvest the adoration of the young. In the hearts of those who were slightly older, Xian Yuan Shou, the former #1 powerhouse of the Star Void Realm, still occupied the most important position. However, he had now personally witnessed how powerful Lin Dong was. That aura of looking out of the world and being unrivaled was even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The simplest point. Xian Yuan Shou, the former #1 powerhouse of the Star Void Realm, was an existence that had to be treated with respect, but in front of Lin Dong, he was so unbeatable. From this, it could be inferred. Lord Lin was many times more powerful than the 6 Saint Kings of the Star Void Realm. Previously, everyone only viewed Lin Dong as an idol. After the Blue Mountain incident. Nowadays, in their hearts, Lin Dong had become a belief. It was the guarantee that the Star Void Realm would be able to stand on the inviolability of the universe. Everyone believed. As long as Lin Dong was around, regardless of whether it was an 8th level civilization or a 9th level civilization, they would not be able to bully the Starry Void Realm. The prestige that Xian Yuan Shou had accumulated over countless years was curved by Lin Dong and left far behind. Of course, this was actually what Xian Yuan Shou expected. With this old man's heart, he was destined not to care about these false names. As long as the Star Void Realm could develop safely and stably, it was better than anything else. Gongsun Jiming on the ground was already unable to think. Everything that had just happened had been completely watched by her. It turned out that what Lin Dong had said was true. He was not comforting himself but really had that strength. What Blue Mountain, what Divine Brightness Realm, were nothing more than ants in front of him. Being able to easily resolve Blue Mountain. I am afraid that the Blue Clan was just like that to Lin Dong. Even Blue Mountain did not use the powerful background of the Blue Clan to threaten Lin Dong at the time of his death. Perhaps it was because he knew. With Lin Dong's strength, he would not fear the Blue Clan at all. Chapter 12:27 Guardian God. The scene of Lin Dong easily crushing Lan Shan was likewise seen by Bailey Yanhong, who had rushed over. As an elder of the 7-colored glazed sect, she had long sensed that something big was happening here and had also received a message from Patriarch Gongsun Jimeng. After instructing Yin Shi and the others not to run around, she rushed over. As a result, he saw the unrivaled image of Lan Shan, a strange middle-aged man, saying that he wanted to step on the Star Void Realm. In this way, he forced Lin Dong to come out. Just as Bailey Yanhong was worried for Lin Dong and was about to ask the disciples of the 7-colored glazed sect to find out what had happened, Lin Dong then appeared with an unrivaled momentum and seconded Lan Shan. The entire process lasted for a very short period of time. Combined with the fact that just now, even several Saint King level powerhouses such as Xian Yuan Shou could only stand aside. As well as the middle-aged man calling himself something like the Blue Clan. Bailey Yanhong guessed Lan Shan's identity. She was also a high-ranking member of the 7-colored glazed sect and had talked about these things with Gongsun Jimeng. It was precisely because of that knowledge. Only then did she feel incredulous. Was this still the eternal realm brat that he had come back from the 3rd-level civilization Galaxy Belt? When had he grown to such a level? One would have thought that Lin Dong becoming a half-step godly Ming realm was already shocking enough. Who knew that it was only the beginning? What was truly astonishing was still to come. Bailey Yanhong could not help but think. What kind of perverted fellow had he brought back? If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't brought Lin Dong back in the first place, would the Starry Void Realm have already been finished? In other words, he himself also had a share of the credit for the Starry Void Realm being able to safely survive these 2 calamities. Otherwise, Lin Dong might still be in that tiny 3rd-level civilization in the Milky Way galaxy. After Lin Dong pinched Lan Shan to death, the surroundings were silent. It was almost as if a pin could be heard. Everyone held their breath. Their eyes all fell on Lin Dong. Don't worry, everyone. Lin Dong, assure everyone that as long as I am around, no one will dare to come to the Star Void realm to cause trouble, regardless of whether it is a rank 8 civilization or a rank 9 civilization. It's all the same, I will exterminate whoever comes, everyone just need to live here peacefully and leave the rest to me. Lin Dong, will definitely guard the safety of the Star Void realm, and drive out all the guys who dare to pry into the Star Void realm, so that they will never dare to step foot in the Star Void realm again. Lin Dong looked around the week and solemnly promised. The surroundings continued to be silent. After about a few seconds, I do not know who shouted. Lord Lin is mighty. I believe in Lord Lin. I also believe that Lord Lin can do what he says, he's the guardian god of our Star Void realm, he'll definitely be able to protect us all. Lord Lin. Lord Lin. Guardian god. Guardian god. The seven-colored glazed sect was filled with female disciples, all of whom had a crazy look of adoration in their eyes. Seeing this situation, Lin Dong laughed bitterly in his heart. This situation was his least favorite. The craziness that flowed from each of their eyes was just like those young people on Earth who did not know any better and were chasing after their favorite stars. Lin Dong raised his hands and pressed downwards, signaling everyone to stop. As soon as he made the movement, everyone immediately shut their mouths and the scene quietened down again. Waiting for Lin Dong's instructions. Everyone does not need to be so polite. I am also a member of the Star Void realm, this is all what I should do, as the saying goes, the stronger the strength, the greater the responsibility. I also hope that everyone can cultivate hard, and in the future, we will all be able to guard our homes with our own hands. Any evil forces that want to come and invade the Star Void realm will be driven out by our joint efforts. I am looking forward to the day when I will be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Lin Dong's words were not just addressed to these people around him, but also to the entire Star Void realm. He knew that what happened here would soon spread throughout the Star Void realm, and it was also considered to be an encouragement to everyone. Half an hour later, the seven-colored glazed sect's council hall. Lin Dong was seated at the top. Below them sat Xian Yuanshou, Pang Zhong, and 5 other Saint King-level powerhouses in turn, as well as the seven-colored glazed sect patriarch Gongsun Jiming and Bailey Yanhong. Everyone was discussing the matter of the Blue Clan and why they had arrived early. Although Pang Zhong and a few of them had defected to the Blue Mountain, but since they were all forced to do so, Lin Dong did not want to pursue the matter too much. When one's life was threatened, a temporary resignation was understandable. After all, no one wanted to die. As for Shimin Shanghua, he was handed over to Xian Yuanshou and dealt with according to the crime of treason. This was not Lin Dong's personal vendetta. With his current strength, there was no need for it at all. It was just that under Lin Dong's powerful spiritual pressure, Shimin Shanghua admitted his initiative to defect to Blue Mountain. Not only did he want Lin Dong to die, but he also wanted to act as the spokesperson of the Blue Clan in the Star Void realm, thus taking control of the Star Void realm. For this kind of traitor, of course, Xian Yuanshou could not let go easily. The matter of Lan Shan's early arrival. After Lin Dong's analysis, it should have been Lan Shan alone who arrived here at the fastest speed of a Divine Brightness Realm powerhouse. Lin Dong was naturally aware of how fast a Divine Brightness Realm powerhouse could travel. The 300 years that Lan Yu had said in the beginning was mostly the time required for the arrival of the large force of the Blue Clan. So there was a full 299 years difference in between. What the Blue Clan would do next, Lin Dong did not know. However, after suffering such a huge loss and dying a deity realm, there was no way that the Blue Clan would be able to rest in peace. He could only stay here and wait for the Blue Clan's people to come to his door again. Once they left, the Star Void realm didn't have an ounce of resistance in front of the Blue Clan's clan. It was a good thing that the Spirit Cage realm side couldn't leave either. The little girl Tuan Tuan hadn't grown up yet. Usually, she stayed in the Spirit Cage realm and only needed to come back occasionally to visit. On his deathbed, Lan Shan had revealed the strength of the strongest old ancestor of the Lan clan, the Divine Ming realm ancestral god level. This made Lin Dong feel even more at ease. He himself was at least a half-step emperor realm. Would he put an ancestral god level in his eyes? Once the matter of the Blue Clan was completely resolved, Lin Dong would lead a trip back to Earth. That place was his hometown anyways. Even if his parents were gone, he still had family and friends. Moreover, Yunxi and the girls had been away from home for such a long time, so they definitely wanted to go back to see their family members as well. Xian Yuanshou and the others were very cognizant of Lin Dong's analysis, getting the answer that Lin Dong was not afraid of the Lan clan. While everyone was shocked, their hearts were also relaxed. According to Lin Dong's meaning, regardless of how many people from the Blue Clan came and who led them, he was certain that he would leave them all behind and would not harm the Star Void realm for a single moment. Then what was there to worry about? Just go back properly and do your own thing. Just like Lin Dong said. The rest would be left to him. After bidding farewell to the several Saint Kings of Xianyuanshou, Lin Dong did not rush back to the Spirit Cage realm, but instead came to the small courtyard where Yun Shi and the girls lived to reunite with everyone. It had been several months since he had last returned. This time, Lin Dong was prepared to stay for a few more days to accompany Yun Shi and the girls. At Tuan Tuan's place, he had already said when he left that he had things to deal with and told her not to run around. I believe that the little girl would be obedient. Chapter 1228 Blue Kuwei. 9th level civilization, Spirit Lan domain. Outside the forbidden land of the Blue Clan. A line of more than 10 people got the team and stood here neatly. At the head was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. He was Bluesian, the family head of the Blue Clan. The dozen or so people behind Bluesian were all the absolute core layer of the Blue Clan, characters who were qualified to participate in deciding the direction of the Blue Clan's destiny. Without exception, the weakest of these dozen people were all strong at the early Void God level. They could be said to be the pillars of the entire Blue Clan. Lan Shan was originally one of them. Unfortunately, he had already been killed by Lin Dong. The location where these people were located was where the number one powerhouse of the Blue Clan, Old Ancestor Lan Kuei, was in seclusion. If there were no major events, no one was allowed to come and disturb them. If Lan Jin and these people were the pillars of the Blue Clan, then Lan Kuei was the C-pin of the Blue Clan. As long as he was there, the Blue Clan could not fall. Even if it fell, it could be rebuilt. Because Lan Kuei was one of the few ancestral god-level powerhouses in the Spirit Lan domain. It was a giant-level figure that could intimidate a party. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Blue Clan to develop to the size it is today by merely relying on these void god levels of Lan Jin, along with a few Yuanshan-level ancestors. To put it simply and bluntly, the height of strength of the strongest person in a power would determine where the limit of that power was. If one accidentally exceeded this limit, they would also be doing others a favor. This unspoken rule applied everywhere. It didn't matter if it was Earth, the Milky Way galaxy, or the Star Void realm and Spirit Lan domain. Lan Jin's purpose for coming to the Forbidden Land. Naturally, it was for the death of Lan Shan. The death of a Void God level core layer was a considerable loss for the Lan clan. One must know that other than the several Yuanshan level old ancestors who were always in seclusion, as well as the Blue Kuei old ancestor, those of the Blue Clan who were active outside were all at the Void God level, and there were only a dozen or so of them in total. Now that one had died, how could it not be taken seriously? The death of a Void God level powerhouse was involved. Lan Jin, the family head, also realized the seriousness of the matter. He had to come and disturb the Blue Kuei elder ancestor's seclusion so that his old man could make a decision. Lan Jin, the current family head of the Blue Clan, leading the entire core layer of the family, has come to pay homage to old ancestor Lan Kuei, disturbing the old ancestor's seclusion, and I ask for the old ancestor's chastisement. Lan Jin kneeled on both knees and said loudly and respectfully, "We, along with the family head, have come to pay homage to old ancestor Lan Kuei, disturbing the old ancestor's purification. Please punish the old ancestor." The rest of the core layer of the Blue Clan all followed Lan Jin and fell to their knees, shouting in unison. The Forbidden Land was silent, with no sound coming out. Lan Jin and the others could only kneel and wait quietly, not daring to make the slightest movement. About a few minutes passed. Only then did an old voice come out from within the Forbidden Land. "What is it?" "Back to the old ancestor. One of the core members of my Blue Clan's clan, Lan Shan, suddenly died while on a mission to a 7th level civilization, involving a Void God level powerhouse. Lan Jin didn't dare to be careless and has come here to ask for instructions from old ancestor." Lan Jin replied. "Is it known who did this?" "I don't know." Lan Jin shook his head. "What about clues?" "None either." Lan Jin continued to shake his head. "A Void God level death and not knowing anything, how did you become a family head?" The voice still didn't fluctuate, as calm as ever. However, it caused a layer of cold sweat to emerge from Lan Jin's forehead. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly in status, nervous. This Blue Kuei elder ancestor was a Lord God level powerhouse, the C-pin of the Blue Clan. Lan Zhan didn't dare to retort, didn't dare to argue, didn't even dare to make a sound. Tell me carefully what's going on. Lan Kuei's voice came out once again. Yes, old ancestor. Lan Zhan then began to narrate. From the time he received the signal from Blue Feather's deathbed and sent Blue Mountain to the Star Void realm to check it out, all the way to Blue Mountain's death not too long ago. So Lan Shan went to a 7th level civilization that hasn't been discovered yet? Precisely. I told Lan Shan to check out the specifics first, and if there is any value, then I will send a large force forward to occupy it, making the Star Void realm another subordinate civilization of my Blue clan. A voice came out from within the Forbidden Land after a while. Is there any chance that the matter of the Star Void realm will be known by other forces, or hostile forces? Back to old ancestor, I assure you that it is absolutely impossible. I received the signal that Blue Feather passed back, and immediately had Blue Mountain travel to the Starry Void realm alone to check out the situation. There is absolutely no possibility of the news leaking out. Lan Zhan said with great certainty. The matter of Blue Feather hadn't even been brought out for everyone to discuss, so he had directly let Lan Shan head to the Star Void realm. In other words, the only two people who knew were him and Lan Shan, so how could it possibly leak? Since it's impossible for the news to leak, that means there are unforeseen circumstances. How strong is Blue Mountain? Already advanced to the mid-void god level 30,000 years ago. To be able to kill a mid-void god level, the murderer would have to be at least a peak void god level, or even a Yuan Shin level powerhouse to be able to do it. Do you think that a mere 7th level civilization could possibly have this kind of powerhouse? There was some change in Lan Kuei's tone. It was clear that he was dissatisfied with what Blue Zhan knew. Lan Zhan didn't dare to speak. How could he not know that there was something fishy about this matter? Normally, it was impossible for a small 7th level civilization to have a divine light realm. Powerhouse. Lan Shan, whose strength had reached the middle stage of the void god level, was an invincible existence in a 7th level civilization. How could he die unexpectedly? But it turned out to be a death. The distance was far, and with Lan Shan's previous experience, Lan Zhan didn't dare to continue to send people over, so he could only come to the old ancestor for help. And there was no way to hide the death of a void god level mid-stage. It had been millions of years since the Blue clan had had a death of a divine brightness realm powerhouse. Lan Zhan, as the head of the clan, don't you have any opinion on this matter? Lan Kuei's voice rang out once again. Frightened, Lan Zhan's heart was startled as he hurriedly replied, back to old ancestor, is it possible that there's a problem with the news that Lan Yu sent back? He has, after all, been missing for a million years, and even though the news was sent back in a way unique to the Blue clan, there's no guarantee that he wasn't coerced, and if that's the case, then the Starry Void realm could very well be a trap targeting my Blue clan. After Lan Zhan's words came out, silence once again fell in the Forbidden Land. It seemed to be pondering this possibility. After a long time, Lan Kuei's voice slowly sounded. This possibility is not unprecedented, you guys go back first. At the time of Blue Mountain's death, as long as he had the opportunity, he would definitely pass a message back, and we would know the truth of the matter by then. If we didn't receive Blue Mountain's signal when the time came, it means that the enemy's strength is far superior to Blue Mountain's, so that he didn't even have a chance to pass a signal, which proves that what happened to Blue Feather must have been a deliberate act by the enemy, and that we have to think about it in the long run. Lan Kuei's words sort of pointed out a direction for this matter. It would be best if Lan Shan could send a message back. If he couldn't, things definitely wouldn't be simple. Yes, old ancestor. We will leave, Lan Zhan said in a loud voice. He then left the Forbidden Land with the core layer of the Blue clan, waiting for Lan Shan's signal. Chapter 1229, Empress Ji's Whereabouts. Spirit Cage Realm. In the woods to the west of Weiyang City, a young figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Lin Dong. He had accompanied Yunxi and the girls in the Star Void realm for 3 whole days before returning here. Looking around, it was still the same place as when he left, and then he quickly entered the Weiyang city. He had just approached the place where he lived. A small figure suddenly sprang out and directly drilled into Lin Dong's arms. The speed was so fast that an ordinary person would not be able to react. Lin Dong subconsciously wanted to make a move to resist. However, immediately after sensing the identity of the arrival, he immediately relaxed and allowed the other party to jump into his arms. This tiny figure was naturally Tuan Tuan. It had been several days since she had seen Lin Dong. The little girl had long been looking forward to seeing him. Upon feeling the familiar aura from Lin Dong's body, she immediately rushed out and could not wait to jump into Lin Dong's arms. "Big brother, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back? Tuan Tuan misses you so much. Wherever you are going in the future, make sure to bring Tuan Tuan with you, okay?" The little girl murmured in Lin Dong's arms. Lin Dong had not been around for the past few days. She was listless all day. She did not even have an appetite for food. If it was not for the fact that Lin Dong had instructed her not to run around when he left, Tuan Tuan was afraid that she would have long gone out to look for Lin Dong. Nowadays, for the little girl, only Lin Dong's words could she listen to. No one else could even think about it. Only by Lin Dong's side could the little girl feel safe. "Tuan Tuan is good. Big brother promises you that he will not be away for so long in the future." Lin Dong stroked Tuan Tuan's head and said in a doting manner, Big brother must be true to his word. He must not leave for such a long time, otherwise Tuan Tuan will miss you so much that he will not be able to sleep." "Good. Let's go back. You are also tired after my absence these few days. Take a good rest. Big brother will always be with you." Lin Dong carried Tuan Tuan towards the place where he lived. Before he could take a few steps, Nia Hongdo rushed over with a few guards. The moment they saw Lin Dong, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Tuan Tuan, who had been fine just now, had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Nia Hongdo hurriedly brought people out to look for it. When Lin Dong left, he had said that he would leave Tuan Tuan to himself. The little girl was Lin Dong's flesh and blood. In case it really disappeared, when Lin Dong returned, how would he explain to him? Now seeing Tuan Tuan in Lin Dong's arms, the stone in his heart was finally put down. To be honest, to this day, Nia Hongdo's heart still felt a little unbelievable. The pairing of Lin Dong and Tuan Tuan, from having no relationship at all, to their current closeness, even closer than many fathers and daughters, had taken less than a year. If she hadn't witnessed all of this with her own eyes, Nia Hongdo would have been in complete disbelief that this was true. Although Tuan Tuan, this little girl was indeed very cute and likable. But Lin Dong was also too good to her. It was still the kind of good that was incomprehensible. The simplest. In this nearly 1 year's time, Lin Dong had at least fed Tuan Tuan several $1 trillion worth of heavenly treasures. A few trillion spirit void coins. Even if the Nia family had pulled out all of their family treasures, they would not have been able to take out that much money. It was just eaten up by Tuan Tuan. It was unknown how this little girl digested it. Lin Dong held Tuan Tuan and walked over to Nia Hongdo. "Miss Nia, I have worked hard for you these past few days. Your Excellency is polite, these are all things I should do, and with your instructions, Tuan Tuan is also very well behaved, and it was only today when I knew that you were back that I couldn't wait to run out. Usually I stay at home all the time." Nia Hongdo said with a smile. "No matter what. Thank you for watching over Tuan Tuan these past few days. After all, she is still young and doesn't know much. If she does something she shouldn't do or says something she shouldn't say, please bear with her." Lin Dong thought about how Tuan Tuan only listened to himself now, and basically would not take others' words to heart. "Big brother, didn't Sister Hongdo just say? I've been very good these few days while you were away, I just couldn't sleep." The little girl retorted in Lin Dong's arms. "All right. I know you are well behaved." Lin Dong smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. He then hugged the little girl and returned to his home in Weiyang City. As soon as Lin Dong returned, Tuan Tuan immediately began to frantically eat all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures, and after eating them, she collapsed in Lin Dong's arms and fell asleep. In her sleep, she continued to digest what she had eaten, providing nutrients for her tiny body and also recovering her soul force. As the soul force continued to recover, the little girl also remembered some broken images. As long as her soul force fully recovered to a certain extent, she would definitely be able to remember everything. She probably did not realize that when that time came, it would be the time to separate from Lin Dong. Right now, she only thought about how quickly she could grow up. Some mysterious corner of the Spirit Lan domain. A blackened Death Star was floating alone in the universe. Not far away from the Death Star, a figure stopped there and kept his gaze on the Death Star. He was Di Yuan, one of the 5 Spirit Lan emperors. Ever since the discovery of Empress Ji's serious injury and disappearance, the 4 Spirit Lan emperors had separated to search for the whereabouts of the Empress, hoping to find her and understand what exactly happened at that time. This matter involved the overwhelming armament clan and the soul-devouring clan, and was most likely related to the survival of the spirit Lan domain, so there was no way for them not to pay attention to it. After some searching, Di Yuan finally found DG's aura on top of that Death Star not far away. And that blackened Death Star was exactly the planet that Empress DG had searched for after she blew up her physical body, with her sword carrying a trace of her soul. And after sealing this Death Star, it sent that sliver of Empyrean G's soul into the spirit cage realm to be warmed up. When DG's soul recovered, it would descend into the spirit Lan realm from here once more. Discovering Empyrean G's aura, Di Yuan approached with excitement, but was blocked out by a force. Feeling this familiar force, he could be certain that DG was definitely on top of this planet. But if he wanted to enter the planet, he had to break the seal of this force. Not knowing what was going on inside yet, Di Yuan didn't dare to mess around. In case Empyrean G was at a critical moment of recuperating from her injuries and was disturbed by herself, it would be greatly unfavorable. From the traces left behind from the battle at that time, Empyrean G's injuries were definitely not light. There was no way out. Di Yuan had no choice but to notify the rest of the remaining 3 emperors of the remaining spirit Lan domains so that they could come over as soon as possible. Di Jiang had lived the longest, was the strongest, and had the most extensive knowledge, so he might have a way to enter the planet without disturbing Empyrean G and help Empyrean G recover from her injuries. While waiting for the remaining 3 emperors, Di Yuan quietly stood guard outside the planet. He didn't even dare to make a sound, fearful of affecting Empyrean G. At the same time, Di Yuan temporarily let go of his heart. Empyrean G was able to escape the battle and run to such a distant location to set up a seal, so her life shouldn't be in danger. As long as the person was still there, everything else was fine.